my MPC One, and here we have our volume, minimum, maximum. It's the minimum right here. I keep mine right about here before I start. Load up my project. Then I bring it up a little bit more so I get a good even level on my speakers. You don't want to blow your speakers, not worth the cost. So you have our main left and right. Now our main left and right here is just the output. That's output 1 and 2 from inside the system. So you just want to plug in one here. And then I got 2 different cables here. And one right in here. They go right to my speakers, which is always good to have a good, solid connection. And this is our left and right input right here. So this is for us to take a mono or stereo input in. So if I put one cable in here, I would use, let's say, a bass or a guitar or a mono keyboard if I had that. If I have a stereo keyboard, I'd put the other cable on this side. I go left and right, and I would stick it in there, and we're ready to go. But it's important to make sure that you have some solid connections between these 2 inputs and your other inputs that go to your guitar or bass player or whatever stereo that you want to take into your MPC One. Recording in, you want to make sure this is low. So that's too loud right there. So I'm going to bring this all the way down. And of course, I bring it low first. I want to see what the input's going to be like, how loud it's going to be coming into my MPC One once I see it in record and I check out the VU meters and get how loud it is. Then I may want to bring it up a little bit. Some sounds are lower than others. And so this way I get a much better audio in. You want to make sure you check this. You don't want to have too loud an input signal. It's not good. You'll have distortion and noise. Keep it clean. Now right here we have our MIDI output and our MIDI input. And these are for 2 MIDI cables that go right in here. It's pretty simple. You want to record MIDI in, you want to use the MIDI in here. MIDI out to send that information back out, you do it right here. Now above that we have the CV gate. And these for instruments, this is for instruments that actually have CV capability. So I plug 1.5 here, 2.6 here, 3.7 here, and 4.8 here. And of course right here we have a lock for our MPC One. Whenever I record, to make sure I get the best connection, I use quality cables. From my main out to my speakers, for cables to go directly in. If a keyboard player comes by, I use my own cables, don't use theirs. A guitar player comes by, I use my own cables. Bass player too. Whatever I record into here, I use my own cables. Quality cables, keep them around. That also includes MIDI cables too, and cables for your CV gate as well. It'll help you solve any problems, and it helps you run a smooth session. My USB here and here. This USB port is for my computer. This one is for my keyboard. Don't confuse the two. So when you plug it up, it's pretty simple. You got your cable out. So I got mine right here. You're gonna make sure that's like a round at the top. Make sure you got a little round thing like that is too. Like that is as well. You can see that right now. I'll take this and I'm gonna put this in here directly. It's a quality cable, so I'll make sure it fits. There we go. And now once it's in, I'm good to go. I got my keyboard out now, and I'm gonna plug my keyboard in. I'm not gonna use my computer for this. I'm gonna put my cable right in here. And then it'll light up. See, my keyboard's lit up there, and it's ready to go. So you should have your keyboard on, or it should receive power from your MPC One. Holder here for the cable. As you can see right there, I put my cable through here and I tie this down. This way, this thing doesn't jack out real quickly and I lose data while I'm actually doing work. Particularly if you got a lot of kids running around the house or someone moves the machine, you're not in a very stable area and just working out for a minute. And it doesn't have batteries, so you gotta plug it in. It's important to make sure you kind of like protect your MPC One. I've got the screw here I took out of there, right there. As you can see, that's it there. And then I've got the holder right here. Grab the holder again. Here's our holder right there, right? I'm gonna put this right around the cable. I got it on there like that. Just give it enough room. I'm gonna screw it back down to right where it was at before, which is right here. I'm gonna test to make sure it's good. That looks good right there. You can see it right there. I've got the cable through the loop, and I'm gonna screw this back in. Let's see if that'll fit pretty good. Okay, we're in there now. And that's it. And this protects my power cord from being jerked out of my machine. And we have a headphone here. Of course, I'll unplug this. My headphone jack goes there. Boom, it's in. Next, I can put a card in here. I can put an SD card here, right there. I can take this. I push it in and it's right there. I want to save sometimes on an SD card. That way I can take it out, maybe use it in a different MPC, in a different studio, or just save my data on a separate card so I don't lose anything. You never know, so you always want to save your data on a separate card once in a while. I tend to do that all the time. I have all my cables in, got my power cable in, and so now I want to turn on the MPC One. Push the button in. Now we'll see this light display on the pads. Light display here on our pads. And then of course, we got our MPC logo right here on our touchscreen. Now once that loads, we'll see the demos. And these are the demos that MPC has provided for us to like sort of use and look at, see how they work, and also look at how they're set up, which is important to do to understand more about your MPC system. So here you'll see we have select the demo, right? Button happens our touch right there. I can come to here and go to touch user template. Nothing happens there. I can come to right here and load an empty project. I'm going to come into hip hop. I tap that, now it loads up. It loaded everything in pretty quickly right there. Now, I don't want to do anything or I'm tired of working today and I just want to show you this right now. I can turn it off right where I'm at. I can press the power button once, and as I do, this display will come up. Now, this display says Shutdown MPC. Do you want to shut down your MPC? I can tap here to shut down, here to cancel. I'll press shut down. And now we get our hourglass here shutting down. And now my MPC is shut off. Okay, so my machine just went to dim mode. This is our sleep mode right here. And what happens, it does this after 5 minutes. So if you leave it alone, it does this. But it's okay. It's just in sleep mode. Tap any button, I'll tap a pad right here, and it's back on again. And now I'm in hardware, which means it's device actually. Now I scroll down to hardware, scroll down to here, and you'll see here where it says screen. And screen, it says here 5 minutes. It's pretty simple though. For example, I'll come in, I'll tap on where it says beat. I just tap that once. You'll notice we have this red border around beat right there. And so that means we have another menu we can open up. I'll tap it twice. And now you see I have a drop-down menu right here for tracks. If I had more tracks, I would just use my data wheel and scroll down to the track I want, select that, and I'm there. Let's say I come to here, I'll push the data wheel in, and now we're on track number 8, which is unused. I can still leave it there, take my data wheel back to the top, I'm back to beat. Now also I can come to here for velocity, tap that twice, I have velocity here. I can change the velocity. If it's at 100, or I change that, I can do plus or minus here, rather than using my data wheel, or the plus and minus button, or using the plus and minus buttons under the data wheel. I can say I like it, I'll just do it. Now here also is sequence, same thing. What I want to look at right now is this tempo. This is the BPM. If I tap this once, it just changes the BPM to master. There's no extra screen except for right here in the bars, if I want to use bars. I go to bars, these are how many bars are in the song. I see the taps in place, and then that red border appears there. Now also, I can have a bottom part here to my touchscreen in my home display. This is home. And I can also change my tracks, which track I want to use, or with sequence. Well, no, the sequence. See that? I want the sequences here and the tracks one, because this is a track button. I double tap on sequences, I can pick my sequences out. Screen also works for our samples in a really cool way. I'll press this button here on top, which takes me right here to my main mode. I'll select sample edit, and now we can see a sample right here. I can select any sample I want to here using my data wheel, but in this case I can stretch it out. I can look really close at my sample waveform. To zoom in and zoom out, I want to make sure this magnifying glass right here is selected. You don't select the magnifying glass and you have headphones on, then what happens here, you can't zoom in and zoom out, it just plays. I just tap it, it's just going to play that. You have my data wheel, which is right here. It's a pretty big wheel right there, and I can turn it to the right or to the left, but I can also just push it in, and I can select the parameter, and I can push it again to close that window for that parameter. Now below my data wheel I have my minus and my plus buttons right there. So I can go to, let's say I want to move up in sequences or move back down in sequences, right? I can do that. If I hold it down, it only does one increment at a time. When you're working sometimes, you want to redo or undo stuff. You may say, well, that beat sounded good before. That snare drum I added the last 2 times I hit it, I don't want that. I would come to here and I would just do undo. But if I want to bring it back again, I'd hold down shift, then I'd press it again. Now I'm back to redo. I can undo. Shift, I can redo. So I can also hold down the shift button, and you'll notice below these buttons here we have red writing for grid, save, pad mix, pad mute, X, Y, effects, preferences. Here we have master and redo. And there are more buttons as well with the same type of red lettering underneath. We're accessing those different data. For example, I can go back to here. I can access the parameter for grid. I come to here for save, I can save. Here it's pad mix. Then here again, pad mute. So I'm just accessing different screens. Here, it's the FX screen. Here it's the master tempo. I've changed the master tempo. And of course this is redo undo. So once the shift button is released, it's undo, and once it's pressed, it's redo. These pads can be changed to different colors. For example, here, the bass drums are red. Snare drum is a yellow. Hi-hats are more like an amber. That little scratch there is a blue. You can change the colors of these pads, which we'll explain later on. But you'll notice too, if you hit it slightly a little bit, you get a low level. And if I hit it harder, I get a harder level. So their pads are sensitive. These pads are very sensitive the way they're set up right now. I can also press full level here, and no matter what, the pads will be at the full level that I strike them at. No matter what happens, these pads will have that full level. Now if I go to half level, I need to press shift, and then I select it again, and now I'm at half level. Hit it again. You hear the difference in the levels. Or I can turn up the full level here and just have sensitivity on, where I can just touch them and get the kind of output I want to get from that particular sample or sound. Now this section right here it says bank, and this is our pad bank section right here. We have A, B, C, and D. And they all go amber when I get to D. Now below the A button, you'll see E right there. So obviously that means to press Shift. I press this bank button again, and now it turns red. I got Shift held down again. I can go to F, G, and H. I release Shift, and I just press A, and we're back to amber. So we have 8 different banks we can use. And we have 16 pads. So that's 64 different places to place the sound. Our 16 levels. Now once I select 16 levels, this window comes up right here. Once I'm in 16 levels, I have the ability to do velocity, tune, filter, layer, attack, and decay. In this first selection, this is just velocity. So the last pad I struck will take that pad and put its sound on all these pads. But the lowest value will be here, and the highest value will be here. So I can come up, and I have that low to high. And this is kind of cool when I want to select, maybe I want to have my first snare drum to be the loudest snare drum on that particular measure. Let's say in a verse. It also works in tuning, so I can come to here, I'll select tuning, and you can hear the tuning just way off right there, right? That's tuning in semitones. So I can do tune, I can do layers or filter. Hear the filtering going on. We have layer. Have layers on. And the attack. So the attack is strongest here and weakest here. And of course, decay. So it's cutting off the end. It's decaying out faster and faster as the sound decays. So next I want to talk about this copy and delete button. I select that button right here, and you'll see here this says copy pad. And then this is our from menu. This is from pad, and there's the name of that pad. Let's zoom in. You'll see here this says A, which is green right here. This is green, and you'll notice this is green too as well. And this is yellow, yellow, yellow. The rest of the pads are yellow. So when it says right here, from pad, that's pad 14. So I'll select this pad. I'll select that pad right there, right? I'll select it now. You'll see a little arrow pointing here, pointing down, right? So I'll select this right here. I want to select this right here. Any one of these banks right here, right? So I've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. I can select any place in any one of these banks that I want to copy that to. There's a 2 right there. I want to copy it to right there. Now this turned red, see that? And this is still green. And they're both almost blinking at the same rate at the same time. And you'll see here in our graphic, it says A here, that's 14, and I've selected 15 to copy that pad there. I can close it to forget about it. I can press do it. I'll press do it. And now they're here. Right here and here. So I copied from one pad to another. Talk about here is note repeat, and it's pretty simple. I'm going to hold down this note repeat button, and then you'll notice below this window right here on our touchscreen display, you'll see 8 notes here, quarter notes here, 60 notes here, 30-second notes, 64th notes, and triplets. So for example, I can hold down this and I get 8th notes. This is based on this BPM right here of 167. That's 167 beats per minute. And so I may want to go to, let's go back to this one. And that's beats per minute. That's 120 beats a minute. And that's eighth notes, eighth note triplets right here. And then now, that's eighth note triplets. I can get rid of that. I can go to 16th notes here. That's 16th note triplets. And so I can record that directly into my system. But what I can also do here, I can come to here, for example, I can just press shift and then press note repeat, and now note repeat stays on. So I can come to here and select this one, or eighth notes, or 16th, or 32nd, or 64ths, just to test it out, see if it'll work for me. Using our Q-Link knobs here, these 1, 2, 3, 4 knobs. And of course, we have 4 positions for them. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I go to Q-Link number 2, and there's 4 more. Q-Link number 3, and then 4. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, but in row 4. So I'm back to 1 here. And what this helps us to do is to use other parameters here on our screen that will help us to change the parameters, or to change a name, or actually to move somewhere else. For example, here, I'll turn this knob right here now, and we see nothing happening, right? I can go to here. The metronome goes on and off. Now we'll explain, I can see that later on, but I can come to here also as well. I can come here into the grid mode, and I know I'm in grid, I'm in grid edit. I can expand this whole grid field by just moving my Q-Link knob right here. I can also shrink it down. I can see every single parameter in all 32 measures. See all the events right there. I can expand it out as well. So the Q-Link knob works for us to work with our touchscreen display. Now to see these parameters for Q-Link, it's pretty simple. Let's say here I'm in this grid mode. I want to see what's going on here, right? I can hold down the Q-Link button, and then you'll see this info come up on what this Q-Link does. So for example, this first row here is the sequence tempo, current track, the time correct. This button is time correct. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's row 2. Always hold down your Q-Link button wherever you are, and you'll see what the Q-Link will do for that particular mode you're in. I can go back here to home, Q-Link button, hold this down. It tells me what my Q-Link buttons can do. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4. The top being 1 and 4 being the bottom Q-Link button. So our mode and view controls are right here. For example, I can come to right here, and the top one says menu, and the bottom says preferences, right? So this is the menu mode currently we're in here. You notice here, these are the different items you can select from our menu, and the same items that appear in our main mode appear right here. Now to go back to main, I can press right here. I'm back to main. I can press menu. I'm back in menu. I can press menu again, and I'm back in the main. I can press menu again, and I'm back in menu. Pretty simple. Here in menu, I have sample edit, program edit, list edit, browser to search for items. I got my sampler, my looper, pad mixer, channel mixer, pad mute, track mute, next sequence, song. We have Q-Link edit, pad performance, MIDI control, and pad color. It's a great menu to get around, and I can change just about everything right here by knowing where to go in my menu. Now also, if I want the preferences, I would just press shift and go here, and now I would see the preferences for my machine. For example, here I have hardware selected, and I have the pad threshold, pad sensitivity, pad curve, the velocity, the aftertouch, and I can also have a foot switch control, as you can see right here. You see we saw this before, which is our screen dimming, our screen brightness, day or night. So I can come to here, for example. I'll go to here, day or night. This is our browser section. I'm going to explain this entire window for you to make it easier for you when you try to save or load samples or export samples into folders. So the first thing here you'll see on top, this is places here, right? And if I select this here, we are now in the internal drive. And it says ACVC content. Now here below that I put a card in here, an SD card. So let me show you a card actually. Here's my SD card. And this is an SDXC. All right, and I use this card, I put it into the front of my device, which is the MPC One, and I can store data on it. And so this card is my SD card right here. I can click on this. I can also eject it there, as you can see. But I click on it here, and now we see that card. I have some information on here, but I don't have to really format it. Once I save to this card, it's automatically formatted by the MPC One. So if it sees a card that's not formatted, it will format it, and then it will save whatever you pick to save. But I can also eject from here too as well. Are you sure you want to eject this drive? I'll press eject. And now that drive is not there. Now it doesn't actually throw it out. It just ejects it from viewing. Now I'm going to insert the card now. My SD card. And once I do, you'll see it appear right here. That's the SD card. So I have two locations I can store data to. Once I'm here in internal, and I'm not here in disk, when I'm internal right here, in internal, we're going to see folders. And this represents files, this icon here. This icon here represents projects. This icon here represents MIDI sequences. This icon here looks like 4 pads, represents programs. And this waveform icon represents samples. So here you'll see, when you look at internal, you'll see we have expansions, lost and found, MPC documents, and splice. Now expansions on the internal drive are just actually the files that come with our MPC. If I click right there, and I'm going to press open, you'll see we have the demos, and then we have the MPC. So I'm going to come to here and select demos, and I'm going to select open. Open my demos. And now you'll see all the demos. So I turn the data wheel here, you'll see all the demos that come with our MPC One. And they're right here. You'll notice that because it says XPJ files. And these are project files, right? And so that's pretty cool. So I'm going to go backwards now. Below demos here, we have MPC One. I'm going to push in on my data wheel and open it up, and you'll see now wave files. And these are all the sounds that come with our MPC One. And this is a huge number of files. You'll notice as I scroll down, it's moving very slowly. It's going to take forever, actually. I can go like this. And I'm just using my finger here, and I hit something and loaded in, unfortunately. But these are just tons and tons of sounds and files here. And I'm just going past them right there. And so you can see there's just a lot of sounds in here. So next, I'm going to go back to internal. Now below that we have lost and found. So lost and found is right here. Open this up. It's empty. So I guess you can put lost files or whatever. You find something, lose it, you put it, it's found. But it's supplied there on your internal drive. MPC documents. So I'll click here. Open that up. And here, these are areas where there are files and documents that I can export. But you notice here, I'm in internal, but then it goes right to where it says MPC documents. So this is what's on our internal drive. As you can see here, exports, we have plugin presets, plugin skins, programs, we have projects, samples, sequences that is, and then we have tracks right there. And they're all folders. You can open a folder. Nothing in that folder there. I go back to internal. And then we want to go back to MPC documents. Open this up. We're still there. And there are exports there. Let's open exports. Bounce file. It's a bounce file. I can go back to documents now. We have plugin presets, insert effects, and instruments. I can open this up. Nothing. So nothing's been stored there yet. I'll go back to MPC documents. So a lot of these little folders are pretty much empty. Back to MPC documents. But when you're working with the MPC, you may want to put our export files in. You're going to use the files that came with MPC, right? You may use a demo, take some files out, export it, or make a new song, and you can export it. That export will be here. These are files you can use for export. I may make a new plugin. I may use a reverb, and the compressor, I may change some of the effects or the data on that compressor or reverb. And then I want to store it and save it for tomorrow. I may want to use that same reverb on a rapper's vocal or something. It would be stored right here as a preset. So we have programs you could save here, projects, samples, sequences, and tracks. Now next, you already saw that MPC One demos were there. That's on that same drive. This just makes it an easier way to get to that location. And you'll see it here. It says internal expansions demos. I come here to MPC One. This will say expansions MPC One. So this is inside of that, which is these two are both inside of here, which are part of this, the internal. So next, I want to look at content. And this is content in our MPC. Now I'm going to select drums here. And as I do select drums, you'll see now it's gone to right here, programs. So these are the drum programs. So a program would be, let's say, we have banks A and B, and we have 16 plus 16 to 32 samples in that program. And each pad would have a sample on it. And that program would be programmed for whatever I want to program it to do, which would mean sort of add effects or use low frequency oscillation, which we'll show you later on, but they're all programs. Now, sometimes you want to hear these programs. You don't know what's on there. And so what I'll do normally is I'll want to hear them. So I'll just go to here, Audition, and it says sync here. I'm not worried about that. I can go to auto right here, right? And I'll close this out and I can go to here. I just heard what was on that program. That's an 80s grands and hits, right? So let me scroll down. Next. Next. Now, let's go here. Tap that button, then it stops. So sometimes I'll use that just to stop it. Otherwise, the audition file will play out to the end, which is no need. So here, as you can see, that's set to auto play. This is sync. Okay, so it'll sync to the current tempo I have selected. Now, I'll go back to here. Stop that. You can pick out the sounds you like. Actually, you can pick out the entire kit and sort of replace sounds and make a brand new kit. It has this xpm.xpm next to all these files. Now, if I don't want to hear this audition thing, I'm just going to come back here, turn auto off, go back to here, it's cool, and then I can just scroll along anywhere I want to go here. And then if I want to hear it, I'll just press this. And I'll hear the sounds in that one program. It's kind of cool because it's already made up into a song, which makes it easier to hear back all these different kits. Now I'm going to scroll down all the way down here and you'll see there are lots and lots of kits in here. You can pick and choose which ones you like. Let's go to here. Another one here. You can pick which ones you like and say, well, that one sounds good. This one's okay. And you can pick the sounds and sort of make your own program up. Now, I want to look at something else, which is instruments. You'll see we have Air Musical Technology, MPC Bassline, Air Music Technology, MPC Electric, and also we have the MPC Tube Synth. I'm going to go in here and push in my data wheel, and then it opens up that folder, and I can see this preview thumb 1 2, whack or thwack is 1 2. We have preview sub, basic. So I guess these are all bass sounds. It says bassline. As I scroll to here, I'm gonna try and press audition. I can't audition any of these sounds, so I'm gonna press audition here. I see that auto is on and sync is on, so pretty much it should sync and load. I think it should. Now the best way to hear them is to load them up, obviously. So I'm going to go to here. I'm going to pick up, well, I want to see what this one thing is here right here, which is this thump and this octave. And this is bass. This is knock bass. So there's two different thumps here. And I'm going to try this octave one. I'm going to load. I get this loaded in. So I'm going to load here, it's loaded in. And then it should be on the pads. So I come back to here and I pressed main. You'll see here, this sequence is pretty much blank, but there's a plugin here. And in the plugin window here, in this section of the plugin in the window, the main touch display window, we see here it says bassline. Then here it says default. So it's loaded in the plugin. So I'll press. That's a pretty deep bass right there. And so I would have to load it in to actually hear any one of the instruments. Now I go back to browser, I'll press browse again. And then here we're back in browser. So we can audition these instruments. We have the Air Music Technology, and that's electric. So I want to open this up and I'll see what's in here. Pianos, here we go. Basic electric pianos. There's a Wurlitzer, loud, tines. This is Planet, hybrid, hard. These are essentially pianos. So let's look at this toy piano. I'm curious, I'm going to press load. I'll go back to main, and then I'll see it here. So I replaced the plugin that was previously there with the new one I put in. And it's electric. So let's try that. There you go. And that's that sound for electric. Samples, I'll go to samples right here, and now we'll see these samples. You'll notice too that once I go to samples, this appears here. This is my samples icon. And I can see it right there. And you'll notice that we have a lot of WAV files here. So the MPC reads WAV files. If you got a WAV file, or you have an old MPC or another collection of WAV files from someone else, you can use those right here in your MPC. Auditioning works the same way here. So I can come in here and I can, oh yeah, I can hear that bass right there, right? There's a clap, more claps. So you can see in alphabetical order, we have these sounds. This says 80s. Right, so I can just get more sounds to look at audition. I come to audition, I can just pretty much turn auto off, go back here, and just keep scrolling down. Now I hear nothing. So let's say I find a bunch of kicks I like. Those are 80s kicks. I don't want those 80 kicks. Let's look at something else. Nothing in the 80s I want. So I'm going to have to scroll for a while. I scrolled, I got this house, this bass house clap. Whoa. Now I may want to hear that. So I can just use the audition button here and hear what I like in here and just go for it. Ooh, like that one. Another one here. So we've got some samples in here, and these are all the samples in our MPC internal drive. Here we are in my files. Next to samples right here. And here I can store exports, plugin presets, plugin skins, programs, projects, samples, sequences, and tracks. So if I make up a beat, I can store it in here. If I change a plugin, I add a new skin to it, I can store it here. I may want to change a plugin like that keyboard I just heard. I may want to tweak it a little bit, change a few items and a few little parts here and there, give it more bassier feel. Then I could say I want to save that for later. I will store it here. I make a brand new program. I make a brand new beat up. I got my own drum sounds. I use some of their drum sounds, some of my own, store them on here. I'll save it here in program. I make a brand new song. That's in projects. I load my samples. They're all in here. I can load them right in here. And this is the place we do it at, which obviously I would say, okay, open. I can actually load this in too. If I save it and store it in there, I can load it back onto my MPC One. And that's the My Files folder. Now, what you'll notice when you're in My Files is that all these folders are empty. So when you're ready to use them, just select them and put your content inside these folders. For example, look at samples, nothing's in there. So this one folder called My Files comes empty, don't worry about it. It's just for you, for your data. Right here we have demos. And these are the demos that come with our MPC One. I can open it up. I'm right there, that's demos. All the demos that come with it. Go back to demos here. Below here, we have templates. Open this up. These are templates. These are like the demos. They're just templates for making a project. And you see it says projects here, right? So that's the XPJ files. I'll do this again. I come back to here. I'll go to here and I'll open this up, and that's the XPJ files. You notice here that they're the same thing. So I go back to here again. I go to templates, I go to here, and I'll do classic house. Let's load this up here. And loading a project will replace everything in memory. Do you want to continue? This is important to know. So when you actually load something in, it will say, okay, look, we're going to dump everything else out and start a brand new project idea. And so I'll press OK. And now it's loading in this kits and stuff. I want to go back to main. And I see it right, I press play. Wait a minute, nothing's playing. Nothing's in here at all. There's no content in here. So there's no MIDI data. It's loaded in. And I'll scroll down to here. So I go right down to here actually. Let's go to drum kit, our tracks. We'll see tracks. And you see there are actually sounds in these tracks, right? They're actually like, let's go to the first one. Right there. So the sounds are here. This is a template. So you can start creating with the template. But if I load in the demo loads in with the same sounds, but also the content, the MIDI data, what notes are played, where they were played, the timing, and the tempo. So remember, if you want to load a template in, you can use that to start creating music. And if you connect a Splice, which is this company that has a bunch of samples that link with the MPC, you can bring in Splice samples. Now I want to look at expansions. I'll come to right here, and this is pretty simple. We have expansions here. We've already seen these before actually. This is just where they are. But if I get expansions from MPC, they will be seen right here. And you can come to here. You'll see this first expansion is our MPC One expansion. This other one here has WAV files and programs right there. And then we also have the sequences and no projects. So a better way to think of the entire idea of using your MPC One is that you're making sequences. It's a sequence right here. A sequence can contain MIDI tracks right here, here, and here, and here. You can have up to 128 MIDI tracks. And in this case, this one track here is a drum track. I can have a MIDI track also, which is a bass line, or a MIDI track, which is keyboards, or a MIDI track which is synth sounds. I can also have audio tracks where vocals and a guitar, or record a guitar directly into my MPC, and that file would be the guitar for the song. I can have 128 different audio tracks as well. So the sequence will contain that. These are the tracks. Their outputs for the programs would all go directly into the mixing section. And then this audio output you would normally hear through your headset or through the audio output of your speakers, which can be connected to the back of your MPC One through the output of left and right. So one sequence could be a verse. One sequence could be a chorus. One sequence could be a bridge. One could be an intro. One could be an outro. Depends on what you want. But this is how the basic system works within your MPC. I want to create a program. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to select Empty Project. Now I'm going to find some sounds. So I'm going to go to Browser. Now here in the browser, I know there's some really great sounds. I've heard some in here. And what I did, of course, earlier was just go to here and look at these kits. Say, well, this kit here's not bad. I may go to here. So I want to look at kits. I want to find kits I might like. So I'll look at a few kits here. Let's try to do something a little hip-hoppy first. I might try that one. So I like this one. I like that 808 bass drum sort of sound. And I like the snare. So I'll press load. Now that kit was loaded in. I'm going to find something else. Now, you may want to just say, I don't like most of these sounds or something. So I'll go to here. I'll select samples. And now I can look for samples. Now, I'm looking for 808 drums, which everybody's looking for. I'll come to here for search, and I'm going to select the numbers here. I'm going to put in 808. I'll say do it. And look what happened. My search gave me results right here. I can look for 808 drum sounds and all kinds of stuff. Now, I want to audition as I roll this time. I'll go to audition. I'll press auto. Then I'll close that down by pressing audition again. We'll like this one here. I'll load that one. So now we're going to pick sounds out. Ooh, I like this one. That one. That one too. I need one of these. I like this one here. Gotta have an open hi-hat. Ooh, I want that bass drum. The rest, ooh, this is classic. I want that. So I'm creating a kit. I'm looking for sounds I might just like. Whoa. Whoa. Ooh. Oh man. We're going to want that one. Like that one too, that deep bass drum. Okay, that's pretty good. Now what I want to do is I want to create a kit from these sounds that I've loaded in. I've got my sounds loaded in. I want to go to Assign Sample. So I've already loaded a kit in actually. And there's one of the kits I loaded in right there. And when I loaded that kit in, it already assigned samples to these various pads. These are the same pads that I have on my MPC. Just a graphical representation of what's there. Makes it easy for me to teach a lesson for one. And then also I can just Okay, we got our sounds from that Gang Rich kit. All right, hip hop kit, Gang Rich kit. So I want to look for some sounds. I already loaded. I have other sounds here too. This is the pool of sounds. I have other sounds here too. I'm looking for. Oh, that's that sound I loaded before. Ooh, love that one there too. So I want to replace some sounds. So here I can assign samples to the pad. Some pads I want to clear. Not sure about that one. I want to get rid of that space sound. I'll press clear pad. Look at that. That pad is empty right there. That pad is this pad right here. Kind of cool. So I know it's empty right now. I'll hit this. Nothing's there. Hit that pad. Nothing's there. So now I want to assign a sample there. I want to assign this drum. So I'll assign this drum there. I tapped it twice, and now it's here. Now here's different here, watch this. And here it sounds different. That's because this kit has a program. And its program has already made the pitch of this sound that was here before the current sound we hear for this one sample. So when you do load a program in, and you sort of change stuff around in that program, you'll realize that that program has different settings maybe for each sample. So in this case, I would go back in and change the setting for this one kit. Make it much more simpler for us is to get a brand new program and start from the beginning, right? So if you do load a kit in, just be aware that that kit may have its own settings concerning tempo and pitch of each one of those sounds and effects. So you want to get a brand new kit. So I'll go back here to main. I see that this kit is here, is in the brand new sequence I created. Nothing's there, but this kit is here. I'll select this right here, which is our drum program, and I'll go down, and now I want to make a brand new kit, and that's kit 001. I can go back to browse now, and all the pads are empty. You can see that. The only thing selected is right here. So now I can pick any sound I want, put it right here. It'll be the same pitch and sound that it is right here in my sample pool when I add it to the pads. Now what I want to do is load some sounds up. So I'm going to put this here. Tap it twice. Put that one there. Tap it twice. This one here. Ooh. Put that over here. That goes there. I'm gonna get some hi-hats. Ooh, that one goes there. Put the open here. Right there. Let's see what we got here. Let's go with a not gonna scroll down to, of course, up rather. Ooh, that's a hard kick. Ooh, nice kick right there. Nope, wrong one right there, not a different one. See that? I can put one anywhere I want. If I make a mistake, put that one there. Nope, I want this one there, or this one there. And keep adding sounds till I'm full or I have what I need for my production. So now I've got my drum kit lined up. You'll see I can hit pads. That's kind of cool. Now my main thing for me is to have different colors for the pads. I don't know what's on the pads. I just created a brand new kit. So let's do that. This will help you also. When you first make your first kit, why not give it some colors? So here I'm gonna go to this point right there on my menu. I went to main here, got the main mode there. Now I'm here in this menu. I want to go to here, and now I'm in this pad color. You'll notice I can come to here. These are selected as red. So I can come to here, fixed. Ooh, I got fixed also. All right, so now I'm in fixed. You see they're all green. Offer velocity, dim velocity, bright velocity. These are velocity settings, obviously, right? And so the main color velocity now, as you can see here, is green. I think I'll make velocity red, so I hit these pads, you see the velocity change, so it's a bright velocity. Single pad, I hit a pad, that's a bass drum. I want to make that one red. Those two are red. I'm looking for kick drums here. That one's red too. That's kind of cool. So I'm looking for the right kick drums. I'm looking at the names here, and I see the names of these drums and sounds. Okay, good. Now, I want to go back to here, so I'm going to put a color there. Okay, these are all hi-hats. So I want to make them all orange. Actually, I'll make them all amber. And so now you can see they're all amber. So what I want to do next, I'm going to code the rest of these drum sounds up, and then we'll start making the beat. Got my colors for all the sounds. Kick drums are red. Snare drum there is going to be green. Clap is a light blue. This little click right here is like almost a pink, but really a velvet. And my hi-hats are amber. The little sounds there are a little light purple. And of course, the last one here is blue. So now, let's make the beat up. Recording, I'm going to check my metronome, make sure it's on. I want to make sure I'm hearing record and play. I think maybe just in record. Turn my data wheel here. Here's my data wheel, that's good. And in record, I have a counting. And so here in record for my counting's quarter notes, I'm using the MPC click as an audio output for my click. And then here we're output through the stereo 1 and 2. That's the level of my click. You may want to check that, but I'm going to go back here to main. I'll press record and play start. That's too fast for me right now. So I'm going to press right here, sort of bring it down. I like that one there. I'll press stop. And I can always tap that tempo in too. Make sure my time correction is proper, so I'm going to come here, click right there for time correction. I'm going to make sure I have my start point, make sure it's going to correct the timing from the beginning here, from the start point. And I want to make sure I'm in 16th notes. I've got 50 here for swing. This is 0 for shift timing. Our window's 100 and so's our strength. I want to make sure all events are going to be that way. I'm going to go to here and press do it. Now I'm ready to record the beat. To make up a beat, let's try this right here. I'm going to press record and then press play start. The first 4 clicks will just be to notify me that's a counting. Then I can start recording. Okay, notice one thing here, that's like 2 bars. So I want to increase the number of bars, not just 2. So I'm going to tap right here for the number of bars. I'll go up here to 4. Let's make it easier so you can see it. I'll push in my data wheel. We now see it perfectly. I want to go from 2 to 4. I'll go to here on my incremental buttons, then press it once, then twice, and now we have 4. I'll go here and select do it. Now we're good to go. Let's play this back from the top. Okay, as you can see, the other 2 bars have not been added. Okay, good. We'll go back to here and I'll start from the top again and do it all over. Okay, I'll keep adding. Now I might want to just listen back. I'll try that. I'm just adding on here in the same track. Let's try something. Turn overdub off and practice. Let's try this. Might want to do no repeat. I'll practice this one. And that's pretty simple. We overdubbed, recorded from the start. We increased the length of our sequence, and we could use the overdub on and off position for us to practice a part and then actually input that part into our sequence. So I've done this and I've got my program and I've got the track. I want to save everything first before I lose it. You never know. So in order to save, I'll press Shift and then I'll press this browse button here. And now I can save it. I can save it to my disk or the internal disk right here. The internal disk right there, right? So I want to save it to there. I want to probably name it first, right? So come in and name it. And once I select name, I have the ability to name this track. And I'll call this just track 1. CK, and then I go to here and press 1. And that's just track 1 for my project. I'll press do it, and now I have a name for that project. And I'll press save. Now it's saving everything into my MPC. What I'm going to do here next is I'm going to go in here and name this sequence. I come to sequence right there, and now I can name my sequence. Now here you can see here we have an alphabet, and here we have write. So I can actually write here for the sequence. I can write and do some editing here for track. I can write and do editing here for the drum program. Let's start with the sequence. I'll come to here for the sequence, and I want to change what this says. Instead of just saying sequence, I'm going to change the name. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go M. I'm all that. And I'll press do it. Now you can see it appears right here. This track right here. Let's edit that track right now. I go to here. I'm going to call this beat. So let's go back here. Make sure you tap these letters here, because sometimes I'll miss it. I press do it. That's called beat. Now to come back here to program, I'm going to name the program. and I'll call it space hold it hip hop beater. Okay, I'll press do it. Now I've named my sequence, I've named the track, I named the program. So the best thing to do right now is to just save it. I'll press shift, I'll press save, and it just saves automatically that time. So it already saved it once. I selected where I wanted to save it at, which was internally. And now when I press shift and saved, it knows what I'm saving. It saved it right back where it's at with the new name for the track, the sequence, and the drum program. So now I want to reload my song again. I'll press browser. Then I want to go to my files right there. I want to go to project. Projects are right there. I'll select open, and there's my project. Let's go up here and we're going to press load. I'm going back to main. There's my project. All that, the beat for the track, and here we have Hip Hop Beater as the program. Play it back. Okay, that's the beat right there. I'll press stop. Sometimes I want to modify my beat or edit some stuff or add more parts in, but I may want to do this while editing inside the grid. So I'll press the grid right here, and now we can see the beat. So we know here in grid that this represents grid, right? So I know that this is the track that is on the grid right now. We're at bar 4. First beat, first bar, you see right there, that's the playback head. Now this tool right here, that's the pencil tool. Let's tap that. That's our pencil. We can erase with that one. Here I can select. And of course, this is zoom. Now when we start doing automation, we'll click right here for automation. And right next to that we have this wheel, this sort of like settings. And this is our settings. And these settings are applied to the grid. In settings we have snap mode, which is absolute or relative. Now I always keep it on absolute because when I add a little note or something, it's going to keep it absolute in time to the TC, time correction, that's set in the MPC One. Here we have hitting a pad selects all events. So if I hit a pad, or if I come, let's say pad 7, as you can see, hitting that pad selected all the notes in the grid. And of course, they have that white border around them. Let's go back to settings. Next, we have auto scroll. Now, this is off in this case. I can do follow and page. Now, let's do follow. I'll close this out. And let's play from the top. Now you see it's following. Press stop. So what happens, it's following the playback head. Leaves some room in the front and the back. It gets it in the center. And then as you can see, the grid just moves past the playback head right here as the events play as they pass this white line. Next. Go back to settings. We'll see page. Let's close this and start from the top again. Page 1 there. And page 2. Now next here we have our Q-Link playhead increment. So what happens is my playhead, that white line that goes through the grid, I can move that white line in 16th note increments using the Q-Link. So my Q-Link here is on 1, right there. So we'll close this out. And then so it says number 2 will do that. So there it is 2. See, that's the second knob. I'm moving in increments. Move it one at a time. I can move the playback head anywhere I want to in the grid. This bottom one, I can move it and zoom in. And you can see what they'll do by just pressing down and holding this queuing button in. Then the screen will tell you what the current selected point on the queuing button, which is 1, tells you how these 4 knobs will work with the grid. The top knob will do the program level. The second one will do the playback head. We just did that. The horizontal scroll is right there for 3, and the horizontal zoom is 4. So that's a scroll. No need to scroll there, but we have the zoom. I'll zoom it up like that. We can zoom in anywhere. Look at that. Then I can pull it back down with my finger, and I can still zoom. Now, if I change my setting here in time division, let's say we come to here, then whatever time division I've set, it will move back the playback head at that current selected time division. So if I select a different time division somewhere here, and let's say I go back to main, and I change my time division, which is right here, time correction, that says 16th notes. I can come to here and do 32nd notes. I'll press do it. I'll go back to the grid, and now I'm going to zoom back out. There we go. And now it'll move the playback head in smaller increments. As you can see. And then this here says 32nd notes, as you can see right there. And you'll see them as they go by here, as you select them as the ticks go by. I can go back to main, go back to time correction, go back to 16th notes, press do it. Then here, we're in 16th notes, so I want to go back to grid. We'll see 16 notes here. And that's how that works in settings. Now, I have don't, nudge, edit start, edit end, transpose, and velocity. So here in don't snap, which means if I add a note, it won't snap to the grid anywhere. That means it'll just be there, right? So let me see here. I'm trying to select this one here to there. I want to zoom in a little bit as I use my Q link. And let's say I place a note like right here. Let's go with right. I can make sure they don't snap to the grid. Let's press undo. So we'll have don't snap to the grid. I can do nudge. Let's put a note over here. And I'm going to select this note. And I want to nudge that note. So I'm turning my data wheel and I'm moving it over every step. See that? I'm nudging that over based on my time correction here. Let's edit the start. That note right, let's edit the start there. See, I'm increasing the length of that note by editing the start. That's the start of the note. I make it longer or shorter. So obviously if I go to edit end, I can extend the end of the note, making it longer. I can transpose the note, which means I can go up or down. I may want to see the note's velocity. So you can see it says velocity here. I can press right at little triangle right there, and now I can see the velocity of that particular note. I can bring the velocity of that note down. As I do, you'll notice the color changes of its velocity here, from red to amber. And I guess to the bottom here, it's like almost a real yellow right there. And so I change the velocity. Let's come back and close this out. And once I do change the velocity, you'll notice here in the grid the note color changes as I change the velocity. So you know when you see this note, oh, it wasn't struck that hard, you know, it's not such a loud note. I may come back into here, and you see I'm changing the velocity now without even looking at it. So I go back to here, actually, I can see it all there. Now it's at 127, which is max velocity. And that's how grid mode works. So the beauty of using this grid mode to really help you get around it is the Q-Link system. So I can just press this Q-Link in, as you saw before. I can see what the Q-Link will help me do. So for example, in the first Q-Link 1, I can do program level, playhead, to move that playhead around based on the quantized value. I can also come here and do the horizontal scroll or the horizontal zoom. The second button here, we have time correction, swing, shift time, and then time correction strength. And the third one here, we have current track, track length, track velocity, and track transpose. Of course, the fourth one is sequence tempo, sequence length, sequence loop and start, and we have sequence loop end. So it's really a cool way to use this and see what's going on, and then change it and edit it as though you're zooming into your tracks. Otherwise, if I'm in main, I'm just doing it blindfolded. Just putting a beat down, select my track, and select my drum program. Now, one more thing I want to talk about when dealing with grid. I'm going to go to a new track, and this new track, as you can see here, is a key group. So this is a drum group. This is a plug-in right here, and that's a key group. And when you see a key group and you go to grid, you'll see we got keys right here. These are the keys. And so it works the same way with the drum program or drum group. That's a drum program. This is a key program or a keyboard program. I have the grid here. I can scroll up and down. I can add the notes in by hand. I can erase them. I can select them, and I can also zoom in. All this works the same way. Now I can also add another program in here, and I want to add probably a keyboard or a synth or something here. So we're going to use what we already have. So I've got a beat pattern here, and I want to go to my next track. Now this next track, when I turn my data wheel here, it's track 2. And the first option I'm provided with is this drum program. But I want to go to the next one. So I'm going to go to here, which is my plug-in program, right? Now I have a bass line here for one. I can do that. There's the bass already in there. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change this up and go to bank D. So bank B, right here, bank B. Bank C, bank D, wait, D. So each bank has a different pitch. And what happens is bank A is the lowest, and bank H is the highest. So let's go back to here. I'm going to want to use a shift, and I'm going to select bank E. And now, that's too high, right? So let's go out of here. Let's leave that. I'll just hit A again and go to D. So it's a brand new track. I'm going to put the bass line there. But I think I need to have keyboards first. So I'll go to here. I'll turn my data wheel, and you can see I have different options. We have the MPC expansions, which is what this is from. And in expansions, we have the bassline, electric, and tube synth. So let's turn here to electric. I'll put your data wheel in, and you'll see now the pads are going to change. So add a little bit of keys here to give you an idea. And so now I'm going to go back to grid mode. So I've got the keys here, right? So I pretty much want to go to select here and sort of select a note that note is wrong, so let's undo that. I moved it. I just want to select it. There it is. And I want to change its velocity. So I come to here, open my velocity window. Now I just want to change and move it back up to have as much strength as the other notes. Just about as much, but not all that much strength. Good. I don't see it here, so I'm going to go back to zoom. I'm going to go to here, and I just want to see what's next. There we go. So I see this one note here. We'll go back to select, go to here. That note's velocity is low too. I want to bring it up somewhat too right there. Good. And down a little bit more. It's too strong. And this note right there, bring it up somewhat too. Then I'll play it from the top again. Now they all sound strong. That's good. Next what I want to do, I can run through different sounds in the plugin. So I can, while playing the track, as you can see here, I'm just running through different sounds. There's a sound right there. And more sounds. It's a chorus. So I can pick the sounds out and run through them while I'm here. Run through these presets, get an idea what I like. Now, if I want to change these presets, it's pretty simple. I'll press Program Edit, which is right above the Play Start, and you'll see here I can change some parameters to any one of these sounds. If I don't want the chorus, I may want to go with a tube right here. I could play it back and pull tremolo out. Maybe tremolo might have, not bad. May want to use a pickup. Let's go with the distance here. As you can see, turn my data wheel. I can change the synth sound a little bit more. I can change my attack and the decay. There's decay right there. I get my decay longer or shorter. One thing I noticed too with this system is that if you get close enough to one of these parameters, your hand is warm enough, it'll actually just activate instantly sometimes. So be aware of that too as well. And this is how we can change the parameters. Now I also can change the bell noise, the setup of this keyboard, and I can change the delay. Now, that was track number 2, right? I want to go to track number 3 and maybe pull in a key group program. A key program might work well here. When I do this, I want to make sure I select actually a track first, and then I want to go browse for a bass sound. Now, if you have some older MPC files like I do, you can use those as well. So I'm going to go right here to disk, and this is my SD card. I transfer them from my computer. So I've got a mini Moog here I want to load in, and I can load the ARP also. We got a grand piano, and I've got this mini Moog. So I'm going to open this, and I can load these programs. These are key group programs. So let's go to here. Here's one. I'm just going to scroll down and let's load them all in. Eight, and that should be the last one. Oop, there's 9, and that's it. Okay. I'll go back to main. I want to come back down to here, and here we go, mini Moog. Got a Moog going on. And you can see here it's also a key group, and it's pretty simple. I can go here to grid, and we have a key group. As you can see here, we have our start and our end point. This symbol right here is for looping. I want to start from the beginning and then go to the end and start over again. Now if it's off and I play the beat, you will realize that it's going to just die and cut off right here. Gone. So when you want to loop, make sure that's on. Here, this is transposed. This will transpose like a keyboard or anything else in here that is a key orientated track and pitch it up or down. The entire sequence. But here, this transpose, which is off, will just transpose the entire track. Now I want to explain some more about using this main screen. You can do almost everything inside the main screen, including controlling the audio levels of everything. So if you go right here, you'll notice like almost an eye right there, right? And here's a little king hat right there. And let's go to here. I'm going to select that little eye thing. And now you can see I can control the output. This king symbol like is just for the main output. So I'll press play, start from the top. And I can come to here. Now I'm just bringing it down. This is my data wheel. That came down, right? And back up. Let me stop this. Now here, that represents the track. See, that's the track right there. And we see this is beat 1. This is the track. This is the actual program, the first program that's in there. This one right here, that's the track. You see it right here as well. Let's say you want to bring the track down. Let's play it from the top. Whoops. Be careful where your cursor's at. So when I come right here, so I get there, this controls that, which is this beat and the hip hop beater. Now, next here I have, this is the program. The program output right here. And next, here I can control a pad. This pad is a snare drum pad. Let's come right here. Gone. I can also pick any pad. That one there will say, right? You see it appear here as A01. Matter of fact, I can even mute it. Or solo it. Let's stop that. So that's just for the pads. This is for the program. This is for the track. Now in this case, this is the program. And the program could be on several different tracks if I wanted to. I could have a kick drum on one track, and then I could have a snare drum on the other, and a hi-hat on the third track. I can use this program on all 3 tracks. Then I could lower the program down. This would affect the entire program. But in this case, it only affects the track. So if I have a drum on different tracks, I'll just affect that one track. I can add some other effect on each track. And you can see here also, here in this part of the pad, I can come and add inserts. I can come in here, take that snare drum, go to here. Let's say I want to get an effect here. Let me double tap that. Let me find an effect I want to use here. I can use a delay. And I got a bunch of effects that I can actually apply to it and figure out which kind of delay do I want to use. Or reverb. So let's go back up here. Multi-tap delay. I'll push my cursor in. That delay's there. I can edit that sound and figure what kind of sound or effect I want to add to it. Once I hit the INT for initial sound, I can figure out which one of my delays I want to use. So I'll press play again. There's this one right here. Even while it's playing though, I can come back into here and I want to pick a different delay or a reverb. I can come pick a reverb or a compressor or different effects, vintage effects. Let's try a vintage effect here. Let's come to here. I punch it on that. And I can maybe give it this fake MPC ring. Now I'll close that out and you will see the effect. The effect appears right here. And this is all on my main screen. Stop this. I'm in the main screen. I'm applying effects to a pad. I can apply an effect here to the program. And here also, if I want to apply an effect to my overall output, I can do that as well. This is the overall output. I can add some sort of compressor and a gate to the entire output sound. So I'd come to here, let's say for example, and I want to add, let's see, let me try and get something here that's pretty common that we normally use. And what we want to normally use here is a compressor and maybe an effect, an EQ. Let's go to an EQ. I want to get an EQ in here. Let me get an enhancer. No, let's get this here. This one here. This EQ right here. Then I'll come to here. Now, I want to add a compressor. A compressor is good right there. Now, I come back to the compressor here. Matter of fact, select that compressor. I want to edit the compressor. I come to the compressor to edit it. And I want to edit for drums, a tight drum sound for that compressor. Let's figure out something pumpy room sound. Let's try that. Then I go back. I'm here in the EQ. I go to edit my EQ. I tap on the unit. And let's see. I may want to boost the mids. Then I'll play it back. Let's try out loudness. It's too loud. Outside the club. Sounds like outside the club. I can come right to here and it's closed. But I don't want the effects, so I'll come right here. I'll trash it. It's pretty quick, right? I just trashed that effect right there. What else I got here? I got this here. No more effects. It's pretty good there. Oh, I want to get rid of this ring right here. I come back to here. Boom, it's out. It's so quick to clear everything out and go back to where you're at. I prefer to do that when I'm actually mixing. I'll play it back. Perfect. Now, I want to look at what's inside of the editing system. So, to edit, for example, I may want to change the length or increase the length. I go right here. This is going to make the edits for the overall sequence, right? Because all that is a sequence. Now, I can erase. I can clear, transpose, bounce to a sample, delete bars, insert bars, half length, and double. Matter of fact, let's double right now automatically. We're going to double. I'll go back to main screen. Look at that. We now have 8 bars. Before we had 4, now we got 8. We doubled it up. Let's half length. Let's go back to main. We got 4 bars now. So that's pretty quick. Tap it, it's done. Also in edit, I can erase. I come out and select erase. And now I can erase something. I can erase, let's see, sequence. I can erase a certain number of bars right here. Now as I erase them, they're going to be gone here. So I go from 1 to 5-1. That means 5 isn't really there. This is 4 bars. So I can erase, let's see, bar number 4 or 2, right? I can also erase the automation. Later on, we'll go for automation. I can erase the automation of this particular sequence. I can erase specific notes. Now here you see we got pads here. I need to find them and erase them. accept notes. Accept certain notes, but other notes I'll erase. This is the erase function. And that's track. I can go hit a track. I can erase off the track as well, if I'd like to. Now, let's close this out. You notice here, we're actually in the sequence, not the track, but I can do it here in the sequence. I can also go to the track right here, and you'll notice here, you don't see erase. Let's go back to here. But if you go here to the sequence, you do see erase right there. Now next, I want to look at clear. I go to here, I select clear, and it's pretty simple. Are you sure you want to clear this sequence? It'll clear everything out totally. I press clear, it's done. No problem. Next we have transpose. I can transpose the entire sequence, or I can transpose the track by just selecting which one here, here, or here, right? And then here's a drop-down menu if I want to transpose other sequences. In this case, I want to just use this one here. So if I have more than one sequence, I could transpose that. And this little triangle tube will bring up the rest of the tracks. Click on that. See, I can get the rest of these tracks right there. I can transpose those tracks as well. I'll select this one. Now, it's bar, beat, and tick. Up to bar, beat, and tick. So, I may want to transpose just a little bit of it. But I start from here all the way to as far as I want to go. Pad 1, change to pad 1. Or change pad 1 to pad 2. So I could transpose or change these pads to different sounds. Now, sometimes when I'm actually, let's go back to main, and I'm here in this track, right? And this is a keyboard track. So I would have a keyboard sound there. That sound would be here. And if I was transposing it, I would transpose it up this keyboard. So I had a note here. I may want to move that note here. And that's what transposing in key groups is like, or a drum program. This is more a key group. And a drum program, I come back to here and go to that, which is 1. This is a drum program. When transposing a drum program, this will actually go up, right? So when transposing in a drum program, I would actually move these sounds up to a different sound. Not actually transposing, but moving that event to a different pad. Be aware of that. Now we'll go back to main. And back to edit. Transposing and bounce to a sample. I can come to here. It's already been bounced to a sample. So once you bounce the sample, you want to find it. Because you may want to use that sample in the track somewhere, or just bounce a sample out, let's say, of your entire mix for someone to get a hold of to practice a rap to or sing to. So you want to go to browser, and you want to make sure you go to assign sample when you get here. I've already set this up because it takes a while to find a sample, but not really, because the sample's name will be bounce. In this case, you see it right there, bounce. I did it twice. And I'm going to go take this sample, and I'm going to put it right here. Because this is green, and it fits right there, right? So I can come here and play it. That was bouncing the track. Now, right here, tap twice. So you can bounce out a track. You can bounce out also the entire sequence, which makes it kind of cool. You can save room if you want to, or you may want to bounce to a different system, maybe Pro Tools or Logic or something. You can always bounce out those tracks and then remix in that software. I can also copy here. Copy the sequence, copy bars, copy events, and save current sequence. And it's cool, it's got a save button here. You'll notice here, this has a disk right here. So if I want to save it right now, you can save from here as well. Besides pressing shift and then pressing browse, where you can save, but you can do it from here as well, which is kind of cool. So I can come to here and go to sequence copy. I want to copy this one to that one there. I'll just press do it. And then you can always experiment with that second sequence copy. I go back to main. I'll see it's right there ready. It's ready to go. And the first one, let's go back to here, click right there. The first one's still there too. So I like to do that a lot where I get a sequence I like. I may want to experiment a little bit. I'll make a copy of that sequence, do my experimentation, and if it works, I'll keep it. If not, get rid of it, but you still have the original sequence. Now I'm right here in the second sequence, the copy I made of the first sequence. I can now experiment. I can come to here and I'll go to right here. And I may want to copy bars. Okay, I want to copy a certain number of bars from this sequence to this sequence, same sequence. So I may want to copy 1 to 4, and I want to do it after bar 4. I can make the number of copies I want to make it. So let's see. I may want to make the whole thing 16 bars. Right now it's just 4. I would need to make 3 copies. I come to here. I'll turn my data wheel. I'll go to 3. And I think I'll just replace whatever there. Nothing's actually there. And I'll just go to here and do this. I'll just replace. Go back to the main. Now I have 16 bars. So I've added 4 bars 3 times, plus the 4 I had gives me 16. It's pretty simple. Go right back to here. That's how I can copy bars. I can also copy events. So I can come to here, and you'll see here, I can copy track 1 to here, or I can go to here and pick which track I want to copy to someplace else. It's pretty simple. And now that's 16 bars, it shows me the first bar and the end of the last bar is right before 17 comes in. I can pick a sequence, I can pick a track. I can pick a start, right here you pick the start. And then the number of copies of those events that you want to copy. You just press replace and that's it. Cool feature here about the main screen is that I can use Q-Link here as well. So I'll hold in the Q-Link button right here. You'll see I can use the program level, playhead, metronome enable, metronome level. I go to 2 and you'll see here we have time correct, swing, shift time, time correction. If we go to 3, you'll see we have current track, track length, track velocity, track transpose. And the top line, of course, is sequence tempo, sequence length, sequence loop start, sequence loop end. It's pretty easy to do. This is set by bars, but it's a great way to work with your MPC One right there from the main screen. You can do almost everything. So this is a blank screen. I have an empty project loaded in here. And whenever I want to find my project, if I come back the next day, I'll do this first. And then right here is the folder for the current project. So if I tap on that, I'll see all samples. It'll say programs and program 1. And then, of course, sequence 1, which is obviously blank. So what I want to do is I want to go to browser. And I want to go to My Files and to load my project in that I've been saving for a while here for this lesson. It's right there. Now just open it up. You'll see the progress bar here. It's loading the samples in. Currently it's almost full. Oh, it's pretty quick. It's done. I'll select main screen now. And I'll go back to this folder right here, this folder icon. And then you'll see here the samples. Then we'll see here we have the program. The programs right there. And then there are the sequences. The sequences 1 and 2. So you'll see everything that's going on with that project right there. And then it just loads. Now here on the top, as we see in all the modes, is this red bar on top. And here you'll see a lot of the parameters we'll need to use during a project. Like for example, this is for the folder of the currently selected project. Then we have in and out. We have the bars, the beats, the ticks. Here's time correction. Here's metronome. And here's our automation. But right here, this is our system resources. And we'll see here the CPU and see how much is being used. We can even purge, like go to here, purge. And do you want to purge the unused samples? Samples that are not in the program, or delete all your samples. Here you can do unused or all. And this way it'll be easier for you with your project. When you save and load it, samples you're not using are gone. Samples you are using will stay in the project, keeping the file nice and tight. So here we have a new song. It's called Dem Don't Know. And so we have track 1 right here, and we have this drum program. But what I want to do now is I want to record audio. Let me play this song a little bit for you, this project. It's got a reggae feel, like a reggaeton. Stop that. Now next, what I want to do is record this audio. So I'm going to come to here and select audio next to MIDI. And now you'll see it's changed. Our main page shows now this is just track, and it's 1, and it's audio 001. There's no programs here or anything else here, just that. Because this is audio. Now you see here with this red circle and a dot in the middle, that means this track is armed. It's ready to be recorded upon. If I press record and play, I'll be able to record audio parts into this track. We have this set to on. Now if this is set to off, we won't hear anything that's going on here into the microphone. I have a microphone too as well. There it is, right, that's my microphone. So I have a mic going on here. Now if I go to like a in, you'll notice here that an in, put my microphone on. Now you can hear my microphone here. And you'll notice you'll see this VU meter right here go up as I talk into the microphone. As you can hear that. And that's our input. And that's our input monitor there. We have 3 states here, off, in, and the one more state here is auto. Here's input configuration. And as you can see, it opened up this channel strip. We have a fader here. I can go up and I can come down. It lowers the output of the audio. We have the ability to arm and unarm the track. That's unarmed. That's armed. You can see audio here. Right here. The audio level coming up. Right? You can also see auto here as well. I can go back to off. We won't hear anything as I talk into the mic, but you will see there's an input coming in from that mic. It's kind of cool. And then we see the audio level go up and down the closer I get to the microphone. Now next, in the back of our MPC One, we have an input monitor knob, we'll say, to increase the audio output. So we can turn up the audio input into our MPC One. I turn that way up. And I also have the ability to turn up the output from my MPC One as well. Now next, what I want to do here is I want to go to in. And now that I'm in right here, I want to get ready to record a part into this track. But first, I want to do something that's normally done, or normally seen also on the mixing board, is to see an EQ and a compressor. Let's do that next. I want to get an EQ first. And so I come to right here. I'll double tap there. I'll go to air right here. And now we'll search for an EQ. Now normally you'll see the EQ before the compressor because you want to make sure you want to EQ the sound the way it's supposed to be. Let's try this one here, the killer EQ. And now you see we have a killer E2. 2 in, 2 out. Now in order to edit the EQ, I'll hit the pencil tool right here. And now we see the initial setup for the air kill EQ. Now with this air kill EQ, we can use the Q link. So obviously here you can see Q link is on. If I just tap here on the Q link button, you'll see this is for the highs. So I can turn it off or on, kill. I just kill the highs. Here, I kill the mids. Here, we just kill the lows. And the bottom position here is for the output. I can increase the output, whatever is coming into this particular track. This is just an insert. It's not going to apply this effect to the actual audio signal coming in. It's just there to boost that signal and to give me an idea, in this case, of how I want to set it up for this particular vocal recording. Now next, I'll select the EQ button again, and now we're in EQ number 2, and so you'll see there's an EQ2 where we have gain. The highs, right? So I can turn the highs up or down. That's the gain. And this is the frequency I'm going to attenuate, whether I'm going to increase it or not. So if I get a I come to here, let's say I use my Q link right here. I'm here around 405 kilohertz, right? That's 4.5 kilohertz. And so I can reduce that. I come back to here. I want to reduce that for my vocals. Next, I have the mids here. I can offset my mids here. So I can select the mid-range I want to be in. I can reduce or gain that. And here in mids, I can just offset those mids. I want to find out where the offset for the mids are, right? Right there. Then we have our low frequency right here. I come to low frequencies here. I may not need anything too low. So for example, here, I don't need anything near this range here, like right here, right? We go down in this area, right? So I don't need any of this stuff. Not too much of it. That's good. And so you want to set up your EQ based on what you're trying to record. In this case, my voice, a male voice. Now also you can come in right here too, and you will see, I'll double tap right there. There are different settings they have here. Also, you have a kill and boost the lows, kill and boost highs, boost mids, lows only, mids only, no mids, no kick drum, and we have loudness too at the bottom. So these are different settings and presets for this kill EQ. I want to test something out first of all and get an idea of what it sounds like. So I'm going to come here where it says off and click there, and I'm going to be in on. So now I can get an idea of what this EQ really sounds like as I try to adjust to it. So I'm going to make sure it's not too bassy, and I am close to the microphone, so I want to just talk over the top of the microphone, not actually into the microphone. If you get really deep into the mic, you're going to get this bass proximity effect, and I sound even deeper. But on top of it, you don't. So we're going to go back to the EQ. I'll go to edit. I just want to check out my EQ here. So I don't want too many lows. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, there aren't many highs in my voice, so I'm not trying to keep them. I'm just trying to keep it from being any boxy or airy here on the top. So I don't want to be too much in this range here. It makes it too airy. So I get there and I go to here and I want to reduce that range. And you do want to keep the mids in there. So I'm not going to boost them that much. I'll make sure I have plenty of mids. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4. And I make sure I got plenty of bass too as well. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's not too bad for a vocal I'm trying to do. Now next I want to add a compressor. I want to go out here. I go to this effect here, no effect. I'll double click there. I want to go to air and get a compressor. And I add a compressor. And now we hear some noise actually. It's trying to compress automatically. You'll see here we have what's coming in and what's going out. Obviously, it's increasing the output. You'll see here at the initial compressor, we have a 1.15 dB, we'll say, of compression coming out. And this is the mix, 100% mix. So whatever coming in here, it's only coming out of here. There's no mix of dry and wet where we have some of the original sound and some of the compressed sound. It's all the compressed sound here. We have a ratio set here and we have a threshold level. Once it crosses that certain threshold level, the compressor will react to that. And we have the microphone right here, and I've got my microphone up, and you can see there's some reduction happening here, mainly because the threshold level here is at minus 48. And so it doesn't want to go above that. We're compressing the signal. And you can see that there. But first, I want to find a good setup. So when doing vocals, they have some pretty good presets here. And let's try this one out here. Go to here. And this is the lead, classic lead vocal setup for a compressor. And you can hear it pretty clear. Not bad. Now I'm doing a voiceover actually here, so let's turn right there wheel. And now you can hear it even more. This is a classic voiceover. And so what I'm going to do here is reduce my output. It's kind of loud there, so I want to bring that down. And also bring down the output, or actually the input, that's increasing with this compression. I want to make sure I can bring that down too as well. Now I got a pretty good setup here for the compressor. And you'll see here we've got a threshold level here of 42. I may want to bring that down a little more so I can come in my little Q-Link and bring that down more. And you don't hear much of me now. I can go up higher and higher and go higher with that. So the higher I go is actually the point to where once I get to that point, you'll see here the reduction happens. It's trying to reduce what's coming in so it keeps one level that's going to be pretty hot and keep the bottom tucked under it. So we have one level in a range, we'll say, where if I talk low, it's low. If I talk loud, it cuts it back. So next, I can turn this off here. And I turned it off now, and you can still hear me because we're going through the EQ first. And that's how we do the EQ first. We want to get an idea of what the audio should sound like when it's EQ'd properly. Nothing booming, just a straight up audio. And now we add the compressor. We can see with a compressor on, we're boosting the signal, but it's not distorting. It's not too loud or too soft. Next, I want to add a noise gate. Go back out of here, and we're going to go here into effect number 3, and we're looking for a noise gate now. Turn my data wheel here. I want to find a noise gate here that'll work. There we go, a noise gate. And a noise gate is now in there. Let's go ahead and edit this, and we have a noise gate. Now what you'll notice immediately is that this is the signal coming in, and nothing's coming out because it's getting rid of all this noise here. It doesn't want this noise. The noise gate is cutting out any noise. Now it's somewhat like a compressor. You'll notice we have an attack, we have a hold, we have a release, we have a threshold level, except we have a depth here. And we have a noise or a denoise threshold. It's currently set to 60 dB. And you'll see that here also as well, at 60. At 60 dB, it's crushing that noise out of there. So now I want to put that microphone on and you can hear me pretty good here. And now you can see the noise gate is working. It's my attack, hold, and a release. And of course, I want to show you this so we have some presets. Here's a hard gate. And this is a hard gate we have here. Turn the mic on. A hard gate right here. And you can barely hear me talking. It's so hard. It's keeping everything out of there. I'd have to probably increase some audio levels here to get a sound out. Let me try that. Hello, hello, hello. It's barely coming out of there, right? Let's go to my next gate. My next gate here is a light gate. This is a very light noise gate, but it's kind of cool. You can hear me. I'm talking. but it's light enough where it's stopping any noise from getting in, and you really can't hear much with it. Next gate preset they have here is a mid gate. Obviously you can't hear me that much. So there's a hard, light, and a mid. I want to go here to the actual first init. I'm going to come down to here. I'm going to reduce some aspects of depth. Then I'm going to go to my Q link again. I'm going to bring the hold down. I'm going to bring the release down. And now, when I talk, it dies off. See here? I'm talking, and I keep talking, but if I keep talking continually, it's still in. But when I do stop at any point, you notice how the audio drops off, and you see here in the meter where we have the in, the output, and the reduction in the middle. The reduction is quick. It comes right in and cuts it out. If I have even more noise to get rid of, I can select the denoise filter. And my denoise filter is excellent. It's pretty good. I do like it in my MPC One. Now, the reason why I'm showing you a noise gate in this lesson is that there are girls that come in the studio with bracelets, earrings. You want to make sure you're recording just the vocal. And the divas you got to watch out for because they will get loud. So you want to make sure you have a proper noise gate on there, proper EQ and compression, so you can get the right sound you want to get. We go to here, close this out, and now you can see my channel strip right here. We have an EQ, we have a compressor and a noise gate, all Air devices, made by a company called Air. So here you can see I have the input here, myself on the microphone, and we don't hear too much of it here. I'm going to pull this down somewhat so I can talk louder. Pull this down. As I pull that down, now I can talk a little louder, and I pull it down, and we can see the green right here, which is my audio coming into the system. And it's boosted by these three devices. So I can start this beat and record. I'm going to press record and play. I'm going to make sure my metronome here has a count in. So when I'm in record, I'm going to make sure that this is enabled. Let's see, it should be enabled like this. And record is enabled. Cool. I'll close this out. I'll press record and play from the top. And now it starts. Once I get to this point, it's starting to record me directly into the system. Now, if you don't hear me, I can adjust my level here. And now you can hear me louder now. I'm with the beat. I'm able to adjust my level in the microphone along with the beat playing. Now, if I was rapping, I'd go like, MPC One is bad for me, but it rocks the beat as you can see. Okay, so we're trying to rap, but we're not going to do that. But you can see this. Now, I'm going to stop now and listen back. We'll take it from the top, we'll listen back to this recording. Now, watch this. I'm going to press, let's see, I'm going to press right here. I'm going to press auto. And now it starts. Once I get to this point, it started recording me directly into the system. If you don't hear me, I can adjust my level here. And then you hear me louder now. I'm with the beat. I'm able to adjust my level in the microphone along with the beat playing. You can hear that. If I was rapping, I'd go like, MPC One is bad for me, but it rocks the beat as you can see. Okay, so what? Okay, so you can see that I actually recorded over that track, and now it's pretty simple. And I went to auto. So if I were here in, we hear nothing. So this is the monitor playback system. When I'm in off, we hear nothing. We don't hear the microphone. We don't hear what's recorded to the audio track. When I'm in, we're only going to hear the microphone. And when I'm in auto means we hear the microphone and what's recorded to the track. And this way, by hearing both, I can tell the rapper or singer, we're going to punch in on the next verse or your next chorus. And they'll know, they'll sing along or rap along, and then I'll just press record and play, or I'll press overdub, and I'm going to go right into that track and record over it. Let's do that next. So you're going to like that. So I want to come back here again and maybe overdub. Now I'll press And now it starts. Play, start. So at this point, it started recording me directly into I can start recording over this. You don't hear me. I can and erase what I want to erase and record something new. Now, I'm with the beat. I'm able to adjust my level in the microphone along with the beat playing. And if I was rapping, I'd go like, I would go like, you know what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to rock this MPC One like I'm supposed to, man. And when you get in the club, you just ask them. Pretty dark, the death stuff, man, because it's going to rock. Okay, I'll stop now. And now I'll go back to the top again, and I'll play it again. And now it starts. Well, here's the all-new part I added. It started recording me directly into the system. If you don't hear me, I can adjust my level here. And then you hear me louder now. I'm with the beat. I'm able to adjust my level in the microphone along with the beat playing. And if I was rapping, I'd go like, I would go like, you know what I'm going to do, man. I'm gonna rock this MPC One like I'm supposed to, man. And when you get to the club, you just ask them. Play Dr. Death stuff, man, because it's gonna rock. Okay, I'll stop now. And so as you can see, I recorded over the part that was there. So we can do an overdub right onto the track. And that's how we can use our audio track with a microphone and a setup with inserts to give us an even better audio output. We're going to go here to edit audio right here. And then I'll press play start. And now it starts. Once I get to this point, it started recording me directly into the system. If you don't hear me, I can adjust my level here. And then you hear me louder now. I'm with the beat. I'm able to adjust my level in the microphone along with the beat. See, audio file right here. And if I was rapping, I'd go like, I would go like, you know what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to rock this MPC One like I'm supposed to, man. And so you saw I changed the actual rap that was there, as you can see, right? And you'll see right here, this cut in right here is where I punched in, where I went to press record and play right there at the same time, so I can punch in and make a brand new recording over that first recording. And that's how we do the punch in. And you can see it right there. Now, this is a different setup here, right? I can browse samples, means I can add samples here, right? And we have the program PRG volume right there as well. This is a different system. This is for editing our audio that we just recorded. Now here you see we have a selector. This is a pointer tool. This is an editor. I can erase here, I can cut, I can lower. And here, designed just for me to zoom in or zoom out. I'll zoom in here and we can see the recording that I did and where it ended at. And this is like bar 15 right here coming up. Now here we also have this little setting, and right here it's absolute. So it's snap mode, absolute to the bar. We have auto scroll. So if I turn this off, it won't scroll along. I won't see that going on. But if I have scroll on, which I have right now, that means it'll scroll along and follow the playback head. And here we have link, zoom, and scroll. So that means as I zoom and scroll, the link is right there for both. I can go to here, close out, I can play from the top, and now it starts. It's scrolling. Once I get to this point, I can even zoom in, go to where it's at, zoom more in, it's scrolling. Right there with it. Along with that's what you want to do. You want to scroll with that. Now let's press play from where it's at. And now it's just scrolling past here. This is the playback head. Okay, I'll stop now. And I'll stop now again. Once you've gone to this edit audio, this window comes up, and you want to go back to where you were. I can go right back here to main. Once I select main, I'm back in that window I had before where I started the audio. Okay? Now next, I want to record a bass guitar. Brand new track here. I want to record in a bass track. So to add a track here, I'm just going to come right here and go to plus sign. And now I have my second audio track. It's pretty simple, right? And then I want to make a new configuration. So I'll go back here, I'll go to input configuration. In this case, I want to add an EQ for the bass, and I also would like to have a compressor for the bass as well. Let's do that. So I got my bass out here. Let me go to in rather. Got a bass. So let's go up here now. Now I want to add an insert in here. So when I come to here first, I'm going to stick in here some sort of EQ, right? So we're going to go up here and find ourselves a quick EQ. Now this is the killer. Let's look at one more thing. I want to look at this parametric EQ. I want to put a compressor in. Okay, you can hear that. You can hear the compressor. They're trying to compress. So I go here to edit, and I've got the initial there, right? And we can see all this stuff right here. What we have for the EQ. I'm gonna double click this, and good. And this is just vocal. See that? Let's go to here. I want to go to bass. Here's bass, and so I'm gonna come to here. I'm just gonna put it in here like this. I want to get me a nice bassy sound, so let's go to this next one, extreme bass. Right, and then we got one more here, two more I think. There's a high cut, and there's low only. Let's try low only. Okay, good. So we got this little low sound going on here, which I like pretty much. So I'm gonna pull some of these highs out actually. Boom, right here. Got a nice little low sound going on. And then I'm gonna pull back here and I'm gonna look at this compressor. Good, that's what I wanted. And good, we got a compressor here. So I'm gonna come to here and look for a compressor for bass. Here we go. Pop that in. We got classic, flattened. Let's go to flatten. Okay, good. So then I'm going to go back, press that in. Flatten's going to work. And now I want to get more output out of this thing here, right? So here's my output. I'll go to close. And now you'll see we have the inserts right here on the track. We have also the audio here of the track. This does not increase the audio level being recorded inside of your MPC One system. No, it doesn't. It just turns the audio up so we can hear it louder. We're armed here. And then we're going to record. Before I start, I can actually go to the first track where I did my audio and mute that vocal. Then go to my next track and just hear the bass as I try to record. Press record and play start, get a 4-click count in, a 1-bar count in, and then we're gonna record. Okay, let's hear that back. And as you know, we should go here to auto. Don't forget that. Adjust my level here. Go to my first track.
I would go like you know what I'm going to do, man. I'm gonna rock this MPC One like I'm supposed to, man. And when you get in the club, just ask them, play Dr. Death stuff, man, cause it's gonna rock. Okay, I'll stop now.
And that's how we do it. Now here we have track 1. It's been done. And then here we have track 2, which is the bass. Now, I can also save this. Let's go to here first. We'll select the edit tool, and you see here the first option is to delete. I can delete that track. I can clear the regions in that track, get rid of all the audio I got in there and clear it and record new stuff. I can reset the channel strip from the beginning. I can copy the track. I can also save the current channel strip, which is kind of cool. So the reason why this is cool is because you may have to record the vocal again. And the weird thing about vocals is that our voices change from morning, afternoon to night. It's not always the same. So you want to make sure you've got the same setup here in case they do come in the afternoon or whatever. At least you'll have the same setup for compression, EQ, and the noise gate for that vocal. This is very important information to know. That way you save their setup. So I would go to here, I select that first, then I come to here and save current channel strip. And I'll select this, and then it's going to say, well, hey, where am I going to save audio 1 to, right? So you want to name it first always. So I'll name this as vocal space reference, a ref. I'll press do it, and now it's called vocal reference. And now what I want to do at this point, I just really want to save it. So I'll save it in internal, or I can save it to the disk. So I'll save it to internal, which is right here. Internal right there. I can save it to right there, right? I can pick a folder or file. I'll just save it right here in internal. I'll just press save. And it saves the track and the file. On audio 2, and this is the bass line. So I'm going to come back to here. I'm going to press bass line. I'm going to go BASSLINE. And we got bass line. We're going to press do it. We want to save this. I'm going to go to edit here. I want to save this current strip here, which is actually bass line. And I'll save this too. And I'll press save. And now that's also saved. The audio tracks, both of the audio tracks have been saved. And then this way you can bring them back up when you need to, and you got them on your drive. And it makes it easier for you to continue working. Got stuff recorded, and sometimes you want to edit. So we were already using the input configuration. Now we're going to work with the edit audio. I'll select edit audio right here, and now I have the ability to edit any audio. Okay, in this case it says don't snap, so I want to snap the grid generally, so I'm not worried about that. So in this case I want to select something, so I can come to here, hit it twice. I'm selected that thing, it's been selected, and now we have this bottom row nudge. We have the edit start, edit the end. We can split this thing, and we can also duplicate it. So in this case, edit start, you'll see here I'm at edit start, and I'm going to turn my data wheel right now, and now you see I'm pulling it all the way back there, right? So I can edit the start of my sample here. Well, actually it's audio file. They always call some audio file, so we're back to, we started from right there. I can go to here and of course edit the end. At the end of that sample right there, edit the end. I can nudge the sample up or down. Let's say we want to nudge it a little bit. So move my cursor, pressing one time. Each time I press this, I'm going backing up here. I'm using a plus and minus. Close it up. I can nudge and move it back and forth if it's not tight enough. I can go in there and do that too as well. I can also come in here and sort of like reverse it. Turn it back to where it was. We can mute it. It's muted now. It's grayed out. We can use warp with it. Select our BPM and it'll match the same BPM. We can duplicate it and we can split it any way we want. I can come to here and split this. Split. Oh, it's split. I have a playback here. Let's undo that. And you saw it happened. It split this one. The lines here. Okay. The playback head lines here will split it. This is one section. That's one section. It's all based on where this playback head, this white line, is positioned in the window to the region. I can also come to here. I can just get a fade in. Watch this. I can select the fade and it'll just fade in like that. I'll take it back to 0, of course. That's a fade in. This is a level. I can increase the level of it. And these are all audio files. That's what we can do when we're doing audio editing for our file. I can also bring these files up also inside of the sample pool, then also use features in sample editing to sort of like make it louder if I want to or not. I'll just close this out here, and then that channel strip is closed. I'll go back to MIDI, and here we are. We started from the beginning. And now it starts. Pretty simple. And that's how we do audio recording. And we're going to go to Sample Edit. And here we are in Sample Edit. Now here in Sample Edit, we can edit samples, obviously, right? And you can see everything right here in front of you. Now in our top row here, we see the icon for the Sample Edit page. We see the current sample selected and the name right here. Sample the name. Here we can always change the name. We can throw the sample out too as well. Here, we're just going to zoom in, sort of like be able to zoom in, zoom out with that. We have a start here and an end point here for that sample. And here, just to hear that sample back. And here we have our settings. We have cue play mode, toggle, or we can set it to one shot. We have cue preview off or before and after. We have slice preview, or we can have before and after. We have auto scroll, which I've set to follow. We have sample line units. Rather than time, I'm doing it in terms of samples, or I can do it in terms of beats. This is my favorite setup. About this headphone and this zoom. The zoom here works. It's pretty simple, actually. I can come in here and I can expand like this or like that, as you can see. Not up and down, but this way, right? Or an angle, actually. See that there? And I can zoom in to my sample region. Now I also can come to here with this one, headphone. I just tap here and it starts to play. And of course, as we went through here before, we have settings. But next to settings, we have our resources. System resources, you can see here, currently our CPU is at 11 or 10% there. We got enough memory and we're not too packed, which is good. So I'll go back to here and press OK. And of course, our samples appear here. This has been selected. I can come to here and just scroll through the samples. You know, look at all the samples that are in here. Pick the ones I like or want to deal with. And then at that point, I can come here and edit these samples. Now, earlier I took some samples, some recordings here of a vocal thing. So I can come to here. And now it starts. Once I get to this point, it started. You can see how small that sample is, right? It's not really that loud. So let's talk about process right now. So I can actually process this sound and many sounds. So the next sample here is this one here is a bass line, and I'll just tap here. And that sounds kind of low too. So we can take sounds and even increase the volume. Now, for example, here I can come, let's find a sound I want to use here. Let's get something we might want to check out here. Let's check out something here. Let's try this. Okay, so we have this sound here. And I can go to processing here, and I can process any sample that's here in this page, any audio file as well too. I can silence, I can extract a new sample. So here, as you can see here, we have a region here and a region here. And then let's say this is one whole region. This is the new sample. So it's been extracted from the entire sample. So we can extract samples out of a sample. I can silence a section of a sample region. This one you'll hear, this part you'll hear, but this part will be silenced. I can normalize a region. If the sound is too low, I can boost the audio volume. Now that's kind of cool. Now I'm going to go cancel this. I'm going to go back to that sample I had before. This bass sound, right? Nope, the bass sound's right here, right? This is the bass sound. Now I can, okay. What I want to do here is sort of increase this thing, right? So I want to go to process and I want to normalize this sample. I'll press do it. And now it's been normalized. Now I'll play it. And you can hear it. You can hear the hum from there totally. But that's the bass sound. Did you see what happened? It made it pretty big right there. So it will increase the audio volume to the peak level. And you see these transients, which are these waves here going back and forth over the section in the middle. And peak, and it comes back down to here. But it never gets loud, way too loud. So it makes it maximum output, which is very useful for a sampler. Now next, let's go to process again. The next option for process here is I can reverse a sample. I can take a sample and just reverse it totally. This sample's reversed now. Now I'll play this back. That's pretty cool. I'll come back to here. Matter of fact, let me cancel that. Let me just undo that. The undo works here too. See that? I can undo what I've done. Let's play it back now. Perfect. It's going to play back in a normal way forward. I'll go to process again here. We can fade in a sample. We can fade the beginning in. Let's do that. We'll fade this in and now we'll play it back. It's getting louder and louder, obviously. I can also undo that. Let's go to process again. And here, you see we also have linear, log, exp. There's just different ways to do the same thing. I prefer linear because it's even tapered right up like that. Okay, let's go to the next thing. Let's cancel this, back to process. And I want to go to the next one here, fade out. It's pretty simple. I can fade out. Let's do that too here. We're fading out here. So I can press this here and slide the region here. And it's going to fade out slowly. Okay, we're fading out quite slowly right there, right? Let's get back to here and let's undo that. Bam, undone. Next here, process, we'll go to pitch shift. I can change the pitch of a sample. So I can come to here. Let's turn it up about 3 semitones like that. Let's do it. Now I'll play it back. Oh, let's go back down. Let's undo that. As you can hear, that was pretty accurate. So we're going to go back to process again. And here we have, I can time stretch a sample. I can make it fit whatever I want to make it fit to. I have, let's see, this is 8 beats. And the original tempo is 41.36. I can come to here and make it some other tempo if I want to. It's pretty easy to do. Let's cancel out of that. We don't want that, right? Go to process here. And I can also gain. So increase the audio level of the sample. Before I normalized it, when it went from a very low sample to the max it could go as normalization. But sometimes I may want to gain a sample, right? I can come here, I can do gain, but it's not just gain. It's I can gain the change or I can reduce it. So it's both ways. It's either gain or reduction of the sample itself, its audio output, right? Here, I can copy a sample. Pretty simple. Make a new sample and do some tricks with that sample while saving the original sample. I can bit reduce it, reduce the bit depth of a sample. So to make it down at 12 bits, if I can chance, in a sense. If I reduce the bit rate of a sample, it makes it more dirtier. I like that when I'm doing odd stuff. Like I want to take a sample and make it sound like it's a little bit more of the boom bap, like kick and snare. We have stereo to mono. And those are all the functions we have here in processing. Let's cancel this. So we also have the start point. I've got a start point here. I can come in. This is my start point. I do that, and we'll see here. This is the S for start point. Oh, look at that. I'm scrolling past the beginning. I've got a new start point. Make a new start point. As I do, you'll see the increments roll by here. Or I can use the little, this here and go in sections with the plus and minus buttons. And the same, I go for the end. Same for the, I come to the end here. I do this. Whoa, where's the end? Pull the end in. I can make sure it loops. How many loops am I going to do? Whoa, we're going to loop from here. I can set the loop where the loop works at. That means I'll have the loop it perfect. I won't say the start. It may be a little bit in. You never know. Set your loop points. We can have, if it's slices, we can have all the slices out of this whole thing. Right? We can pad, slice. All these samples could be in a slice. I could link slices. I could tune the sample from the BPM. So I can tune it in terms of pitch. I can tune it in terms of BPM. Root note is C. If I go to a piano and I play this sample as it is here, I put the piano in and I hit this particular program that this sample's on. If I play the C note, this sample will be the perfect pitch of what it was sampled at. And that's root C. If I had a loop going on, I'd come here and we're looping, right? So you can see we can loop in both directions. Here's a one direction. Here's just forward loop. Where's the loop? And I could lock the loop or unlock the loop. I can also assign. I can assign a slice to pads. I can assign it to pad A01. Slice type, non-destructive slice. The program is Dancehall Kit 2, the floor kit. Cancel. We can use all these functions within any sample inside of this MPC One sample edit page. So an MPC One sample edit page, I can do all this to any single slice or sample. Does it make a difference? Sample slices, whatever they are, we can do it. Also zoom in here. I can zoom in closer and then zoom back out right here. Little zoom buttons right here for zoom. We have trim right here too. So you can see trim. I select trim and now we got tuning BPM. There's a BPM. There's detect what really BPM is. What the BPM really is. And then here we have, this is slice, or rather this is C3 for the note value, as we explained before. We have X fade too, which happens right here as well. Now I can hit this again, and now we have manual, threshold, regions, and BPM. And this is for the chop. So manual is cool. Threshold, it's cool. Now it sees each point and peak point for the sample transients here. It can tell that the peak point happens here, 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 and there, right? We can do by regions. That means we're going to have a specific number of regions right here. We're going to have 16 separate regions, and then each region is going to be a piece on the pad. So I hit these pads here. I hit these pads, these regions actually play. If I go to threshold and I hit these pads, that's 1, here's 2, 3, 4, here's 5, here's 6, here's 7. So these are the chops that we would have here. And in this case here, you see this here? That was the 7th slice. I go to here, it's the 8th slice. I see the start and the end point for these slices. And the threshold level. Now, threshold level here is based on the idea that a sample is played, it starts off, and then it cuts off. So this whole system of understanding the threshold level and the chop is that it's judging a threshold level. Now, for example, I come to here, I check threshold level, and as I increase it, the chops will change. See, they change totally. Let me get down further down, and now they change. See, there we go. They get more or less. I can come to 62, 63, and now we have less. We have 8 separate chops here now. Now it's down to 6. So as I get down to a lower number here, we increase the number of chops because the threshold level is lowering. And here we are back at 50. Now we can always make our own sample chops too as well. We can come back to here and be in manual and make our own right here. So I'd come back to here, then go to here. Now I would say, okay, I want to make my own sample chops, and I would go to here. I would select this one here, use the end, change the end here to that chop, make the second chop different. I would manually go in here and fix it the way I want to have it. Regions, and then of course this is based on BPM right here. This is the BPM. As you can see, they're not basing it on the region itself. It's based on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? You can see that right here. We can go. So I'm just tapping the pads here, one by one, in order. If I keep my timing up and hit them at the right point, it'll play through the whole thing as though it was playing through a drum sequence. I have the bars and the beats right here for that when I'm doing BPM. And then the time division is set up here too as well at 16th notes. You'll see it has play cue right there. Turn it off. And we have slices. I can add a slice right here. And of course, the program. I can see the program that this sample joint is in. I can see this is the name of the sample, and this is the program. Okay, next here we're going to have sampler. I've got my microphone already up, and here's the sampler. Now, here's the icon for the sampler, which looks like a turntable to me with a little arm for the turntable. And then here we have some information about the sample itself. So I'd come here, we would see the sample source information for auto sampler. And this is the current track, which determines what will be sampled, okay? And my current track is the beat. Here we have, it's the Hip Hop Kit MS2 Shines. And of course we have here the input 1 and 2. Note range, and then the actual note range is C3 to C4, which is actually C3. Or C2 to C4, which means C3. And we'll just cancel that out. So it took us right back here. I'm going to go back to sampler. And so now you will see here that my voice is coming into my MPC One through a microphone, obviously. And this right is my threshold level, which I can control through Q1 here. So here I'm using Q1 to control the input going into my MPC One. And this is based on how loud. Well, actually, it's a threshold level. Well, this is the loudness here. So I could bring it down to right there. And once I cross that point there, it'll start sampling. Now this is the in, we're in sample, and this is the input. Now I'm currently in one single input, so I'm going to come to here, and I'm going to my data wheel, input 1. Here's input 2. You don't see anything coming, nothing coming here, input 2, you can't even hear it. So we know I'm in input 1. That's it right there. It's a mono input I'm using. So always make sure your input is selected. Here, it says stereo. Well, it's coming out stereo. It's not going in. This is the input to the output. And then here, this is in. If I go to here, that's off. You can't hear me, but you do see the input coming in here. So there are two options, in and off. And here I can set the maximum length for the sample. Here I can arm the sample. So if I come to here, I can say, well, look, I want to come to that point. It won't sample till it crosses this little point, peak right here. I'll press arm. I'm still talking. I'm not talking too loud. But if I get real loud, you saw what happened? I said but, and look what happened. It went loud, it went right into it. I'll stop the sample. Oh, it stopped by itself. That's the sample. It has been taken. I can play the sample. But if I get real loud, if I get real loud. Okay, I can do a whole beat off of that. If I don't like it, I can discard it. Boom, it's gone. We're back where we started from. It's pretty simple stuff. That's how we sample. Guitar, bass, keyboards, whatever. We just need to see the input coming in. If it's stereo, set your input to stereo. Mean 1 and 2. 1 and 2 stereo would be the input setup. Make sure you keep the volume in the back low for the output and for the sample in. Until you get a proper level, you don't want to blow any speakers. And so once I do take that sample and it comes into my machine, I've got the sample, I can do several things with it. Here I have that sample. And so I can discard it, I can keep it, I can edit the sample. I can edit the sample too. So I can come here to edit, and now I'm back into edit view here. If it's too low, I can always come back to here. I can say, well, you know, that's kind of freaking low. I want to make it bigger. I'll go to, let's do this. Now it's bigger. Wow, I like that. It's a much larger sample. I come back to here. Comes into my machine, I've got the sample. See that? I made it louder, I played it back. It's that simple. If I don't like the sample and I come right here and edit, I come here to trash it. I'm going to trash that sample, delete sample. It is gone. Well, I can do more actually. I can increase the length of the sample, get my max out. I can go to 20 seconds. Oh, I can go as far as I want to go if I have plenty of memory in here, right? 5 is good enough for me for right now. I can also go to inserts here. I say I want to get me an effect. Let's get an effect up here real quickly. I'll get this effect. Here's a delay. I popped it on there, and now I have a delay. It sounds pretty cool. Simple delay right there, like I'm in a small room. How you doing tonight, people? I got jokes. Let me go back to here. It's different delay. I can pick a dotted note delay. Oh, this will work good. That isn't bad. Or I can come back into here and pick a different delay, like that. So we can add delays here and make it sound much different. But be mindful, this delay will not be recorded to the sample. It is just set up in the insert, which is right here. Okay? So sometimes you might want to use a delay if you want to see how a particular sound is going to sound. So that when you do sample it in, maybe guitar, bass, or whatever, you can get a good idea of how you want to use it, and the inserts will help you with that. Again, I'm going to arm it. I'm armed, slice, slice, slice. I'm making slices here, like I'm making pizza or something. There you go, I got slices. Okay, look at, I got plenty of slices right here. So here's a slice, new sample, slice 1. Let's play it. I'm armed, slice. There you go, this is I'm armed, slice, right? And so, that's kind of cool. I come right to here, I see it's a slice, that's the name of it. You saw me hit slice several times. So look at this here, this is new sample. That's the entire sample. And if I come to here and I just play it, I'm armed. I'm armed. It's the first one I said, right? But you'll notice if I come to here and it says slice, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slices. So it takes one sample, and every time I hit that slice button, it creates another slice from the same sample. So it's all one sample, but these are different slices. And that's how that slice function works. We have slice. I come in slice function, and this is the slice where I can actually hit pads, and each pad will have a separate slice. So I'll come into here, I've got it set for 9 seconds, the maximum length. Let's cut that down. No need for that whatsoever. Let's try 7. I'll press arm, and once I get loud enough, it'll start recording. That's pad 1. There's pad 2, pad 3, pad 4, 5, and that's it. I got 5 pads. But look at it. There's just one sample. These are non-destructive slices. So these slices would go on pads 1 through 5. Now come to here.
Loud enough, we'll start recording. That's pad 1, that's pad 2, pad 3, pad 4, 5.
There you go, you can hear it back. Next, what I would do, I'd come here and say create. And it created it. It created a program for those slices. And we can use pad tap. So here in pad tap, I can just tap a pad, it'll start sampling. So I come to here, I'm sampling now. I can sample here, I can sample here, and I can sample there. You notice as I hold the pad down, it stays red. Then the samples are just on the pads.
I sample here, I sample there. That's pad 3 and pad 4, and my samples are done.
And that's how you do it. It's pretty simple stuff. And that's pad tap. Pad hold. Pretty similar. I will come to here, make it a little longer here maybe, and go to arm, and I just hold this down. It keeps recording up. It's still green there. Hold this down now. That's recording to that pad. Up. It's green. Recording here. That's cool. One more. Recording here. Now I'll press stop. Now I go back here to main.
Hold this down. It keeps recording. Hold this down now. That's recording to that. Recording here. One more. Recording here.
Okay, so I got it recorded. Somewhat the same as pad tap. It's just pad hold. And it's pretty simple. Just get your input proper, get the right level going on, and then check it again. Get rid of samples you don't like, keep samples you do, and then make sure you got a program selected for that sample. In this case, I had drum 001 for that program. And it's set to right here, as you can see, to the drum program. So make sure you've got it set up properly, and you can take samples with a guitar, bass, keyboards, even turntables. Get them proper. The next function here is called looper. Let's grab this looper. There's a looper right there. We got a looper here, so that's the looper logo. This is the beats and bars, right? Where it's at. So I want to probably grab this sucker here and go back to the top. Boom, 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 boom from 1. And here we got bars. I'm gonna go up. How many bars do I want to do? 2, 3, 4? Let's do 4 bars. This overdub. Play overdub, right? This is the output gain. Got that 0.00 dB. The input is set up here because you can see that I actually have this going on. This mic is right here. This is reverse. Want to reverse. And this is the dub, overdub. So I can come to overdub here. I'm overdub. I'm ready to go. So what I'll do is I'll press play. And I'm rocking it, and I'm popping it with my MPC One, and I'm dropping it. This is how I do. You can hear that. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Okay, you can see that it was recorded right there, and you hear it back. That's kind of funky right there. Now that's how we do it. So you can just pop something in, and it's going to loop right over that track. Loop is pretty cool. I don't use it at all, actually, but you can do it. Record again. We're going to go here to overdub. Overdub play. I'm pressing the top. I'm doing 4 balls, and I'm rocking it. And I'm pumping it because I'm a Dr. Death. That's who.
I'm doing 4 balls, and I'm rocking it. And I'm pumping it because I'm a Dr. Death. That's who. I'm doing 4 balls, and I'm rocking it. And I'm pumping it because I'm a Dr. Death. That's who.
So I can do it over and over, and those other items will play in the background. And that's how you can use looper. What about here is our track mix and pad mix. So next to browser button, I have it right here. I'll hit that button right there. And now we have, this is track mix. And the track is actually programs. You'll see this here, it says programs. And the top part of the bar is pretty simple here. We have 1 through 16. We have the start. We have the beat right here. The ticks as it goes by, right? Here we have automation. And of course here we have our system resources. Let's press OK. So now you're going to see different names appear here, because what I tend to do also is I tend to load a bunch of different sounds in where you want to get rid of some stuff, you know? And so here you'll see also my audio track is right here actually. And this one is empty. And this will signify that this number 5, which is program number 5 here, is actually an audio program. So now what I want to do is I want to go back in here and sort of get rid of these programs. We'll go back to main screen. Now here in main screen, under track, we have this, which is our drum program, our program section for every track. I've got the hip hop beater. I'll come to here to the track, turn the track here. I've got that. I come here. This is what I wanted to use before. I wasn't too sure about it. And it was pianos. Didn't want to use it, to forget that, right? So I didn't want to use that, so I'm going to get rid of it. Now here's what I'll do. I'll come into here now. And I'm going to go here to where I have the name. Pretty cool. I'm going to go here where the actual pencil's at. And now I can get rid of programs I'm not using. I can also duplicate that program. I may have one track that's going to be one keyboard part. I may want to make a different keyboard part on another track and have a different program. That way, if I hold down 8 notes at once, they'll play at the same time, because the polyphony will be at the max. Makes it easier for me. I can duplicate to a track. I can bounce to a sample. The entire part I played in the keyboard can be made into one big sample. I can save the current program or save the current sample. In this case, there are a lot of samples in this program. But what I want to do is delete this program, because I don't need it. I'll go to delete program right here. It's gone. I have more programs in here. So I'm going to go right here. I'm going to delete all my programs I have here. I got this ARP Odyssey. Oop, that's really wild, a lot, isn't it? Let's go back to a B. Oh, real deep. Cool, let's get rid of that too as well. I'll go here to the pencil tool and I'll delete that. So I've gotten rid of all the programs I'm not using. And what I want to do now is look at track mix again. Here's track mix. And now I can see here, it's about the level. I can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4 programs. This program is called the Program 001. This is the first program that the AKAI MPC One always makes. So it's in there and it's there. Here I have the plugin program, which is for the keyboards I have. Here's a clip program where I can fill in some clips in here, which are actually audio files. If I want to do vocals, I'm probably going to do them right here and make this program. I have, maybe 16 or 17 vocal files I can use in the recording. Kind of cool. Or just audio files. That's the clip program. So we see our various programs here, and they actually represent tracks. So these are tracks, in essence, of stuff in the program. So if I play from the top, we'll see here, this is the drum track. It's currently selected with this red border around it. I can come in here, and now all we hear is this drum track. I press solo. I'll come to here. I did mute, and now all we hear is this track right here, right? Now if I come to this other track here, this track is not playing, and this is track number 2. Here's track number 3, or program number 3, right? Let's stop this. We'll go back to main. Now here in main, you'll notice that track 3 is actually muted. And this is important to realize. From the main, I can mute tracks here. And I'll go to track number 2, which is my keyboard, not muted. And here's 4, which is muted. So you know there's a difference in the setup sometimes. If I have this one here, I added a bunch of different programs, then all of a sudden I've got a new set of programs since I erased some, and it's in a new order. You'll notice here that now the first program is the hip hop beater. Second one here is the plugin I have for keyboards. The third one here is the hip hop kit gang rich kit. And the fourth one here is the hip hop kit strip club kit. and then they just repeat here, and then nothing else is here, as you can see. So 5 is actually nothing at all. I'm not even using 5. And here you can see that. But when you go to track mix, it's a different order in sense. So here we see this as these drum programs first. Let me see this one that's not being used. This one here is the audio. This is the plugin for the keyboards, which is actually number 2 before. As you can see it inside the actual main screen. And here's our clip. So be aware of that. And also, when something is actually, back to main, and we'll go back here to 3. Something is actually muted here in the main, and you go back to track mix, you don't see it. So this is essentially just a mixer in a sense. That's all it really is in this point. But I can mix the sounds in and out and create this mix. So I'm going to go back in here and stop this and go back here to main. I can pull this up here. That's that track there, track number 3. Let's go to track number 4. Now I'm going to go here, turn this on. And that, you see the audio level right there? Let's go to here. That's my audio level. I can bring this down. Or once I'm selected here, I can use my data wheel and bring it down. You see here, this is another program. That's that horn sound. But you notice I've already applied effects here to get that sound like that. And here we have a chorus for voice, a compressor, VCA, voltage control amplifier. So what we can do here, I can add effects or inserts here and add effects to any one of my programs. I can come to here, I see the effect, I come to here, I can change that effect. And this effect is just designed to give that horn more of a 4-voice sound. I also have here a compressor to compress that voice. I could double tap it twice and change it. Close that out. I can come to here, the pencil tool, and I can actually change the parameters for this compressor, this VCA compressor. Let's go back to here, back to there. And now we're back into our track mixer. Now track mixer is kind of cool. I can come to here. I can change the panning for any one of these sounds. So I come to do this here. I have a sound here with that little screeching sound. I can go from left to right if I want to. From right to left. And figure out where I want it to be. Here we have that horn sound right there. Change the panning of that. You see it says C for center. This says 1 for right, so it's 1 tick over for right. I come to here. It's not there, right? But it's at the level of the R. And here, you'll notice it moves in 10 increments that way. But if I come into here, actually, as a matter of fact, here, we'll see it right there. We move in 10 increments. We have mute. Here I have mute. As you can see there. Mute, then solo, then mute again. So there are 2 options for this mute. I can mute that track and mute that track, and unmute it, unmute it. I come to here, I solo. You can only solo one thing, obviously. See that? Everything else that has a sound or something is muted. And this one is soloed, as you can see. These others are muted out. I'll take the solo off. And we're back to where we started. I can send sounds. I can send sounds to different effects. I can do 4 different sends and 4 different inserts. Now currently, you see I already have inserts here, as you saw before in this particular horn sound. If I come at horn sound, we see the inserts here. And there's 1 and 2. I can add 2 more and create 4 inserts here. Now here we have a compressor, right? And come to this sound right here, and there's a compressor on that sound. I can come to here, press play. And we can hear the sound here coming to its main compressor. Now here, nothing's there at all. See that? Now as far as sends, I can send to any one of the effects. That's the master overall output effects, which we'll explain later on. So I can have effects on my master output. But in this case right now, we're looking at the program effects. And I can also route signals. So for example, here we're going through output 1 and 2. That's my overall output. Let's say, for example, I've got this horn here and I want to send it someplace else, right? So I've got this horn and I want to send its output someplace else. As you can see, I can have up to 8 sub outputs to send it someplace. And I have outputs to send them besides going to 1 and 2. I can go to 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, or go to mono 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we can change the output source for our program. This is getting a little complicated, but it's like a mixing board where I can have one track and send that track to a different group. I may have 4 background vocals. I want to send them all to the same effects. So I'll pick those effects as a sub 1. Sub 1 right there. And all those effects will go there. But they won't go to the 1 and 2 output. The send here for a track means I can send the signal to a separate set of 4 different effects. And this sets the level of how much that send of the signal will be. So for example, this is send. I'm here in this little horn hit right there. And I could change how much output do I send from here into any one of the inserts for the main effects. So now I want to talk about pad mix. And you'll see this is pad mix right here. This button right here, top is track mix, the bottom says pad mix. So I can just press in my shift and then I'm in pad mix. So let's go, I'm gonna play from the top actually. Got a bunch of tracks going on here, so I'm gonna turn some stuff off. I'm gonna go to track, turn one keyboard off. I'll press stop. Okay, so now what I want to do, I'm going to press shift and I want to go to pad mute. So I'm gonna mute out this pad right here. Boom, that pad's muted. I can hit the pad, or I can just hit the screen here and pick the pad I want to mute, which is cool. I have a couple of muted pads here. I just want to pretty much do this pad mix here just on the drums to make it easier. So I'm going to go back to press shift. I'm going to go back to pad mix. Now here in pad mix, we can see that that pad I actually muted is muted here. And this one's muted as well. The rest of these pads all work. Now I can actually hit them and play them. If I can hit the pads. And we see the levels for these pads right here. So I can play from the top. There's the bass drum there. too loud. I come to here. That's too loud as well. I'll bring it down. Now the cool thing too, I can actually do some muting in here directly in the pad mix. So I come here. Ooh, look, I can see I'm gonna mute something. So I can pick a pad here I want to mute. I can mute that pad, mute this. Just tapping, I'm muting pads now, right? I'm just tapping and muting some pads out and getting an idea. See, someone's delayed hit. Another one right here. It's a hi-hat. So I'm gonna go back to level. That's my hi-hat right there. It's already selected. I will turn the hi-hats up. Now you'll notice here also, go back to the wrong button there. We're gonna go back to our pad mix right there. And so now you'll see here that we have a reverb right here on this hi-hat. There's a reverb right there. So reverb. And so I can also add some more inserts. I can come to here, inserts, right? And I'll see the insert there is a reverb. And it's right there inside this program. And so we're sending that sound from this hi-hat. I'm sending that sound. See that? It's going to the right in the panning. That's the level I'm sending in. So let's play this back. And this is the send. So it's moving real slow here. See that? I'm turning my knob over and over, spinning the knob. I'll push it in. Now you hear it inside the reverb. Let's bring it down some. I'm going to give a little reverb to that hi-hat. I'll push my data wheel in again, and I was able to increase the send volume to the reverb. And you'll notice that once I turn that up and down with my data wheel, this fader does not move at all. So my sends are sending this to the reverb. If I want to unmute some stuff, I'll go back to here. So now I'm just sending stuff back in. And you can see it happen like that pretty quickly. I can go to level here. And we go to here. That's for this item right here. And there's a red border out of every item that I touch. If I'm in level, pan, mute, send, insert, or route, that's how it works. So let's bring this down some. Now this is the program. Let's stop this. This is the program right here. It's a program. This is the name of that program. This is the pad I selected. So I can come and select another pad here, like this one here. It says 2. So you can see which pad you're actually editing the information for. And so here I am in level. If I want to change the panning for something, I come to here. I may want to change the panning for a hi-hat or something, right? And so here's the hi-hat. I can come to here and maybe want to go a little bit left. And I'm right there. Now I'll play it back from the top again. I can mute. I can also send. I can also insert. So here, insert, right? So we're here. This is pad number 7. And so insert, right? Insert 1. So this is pad number 7. Inserts. And I can add effects right here. All on. And this one is on. I can throw that effect out. I can edit that effect. Come back there, hit that pencil tool. This is the initial setup for the air reverb. I have a pre-delay, room size, time, which is how long it takes for that sound to hit the back of the wall. Then we have the mix. How much of this reverb do I want to add to that particular sound? Now all this also works with Q-Link. If I press the Q-Link button in, it'll show me that, what these parameters do, and how I can control them through Q-Link. So what I want to do here though now is I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to select preset. We got presets all through here. I may want a small room. I prefer a little bigger size, like maybe a medium verb. That's not bad. A medium verb there. I might want a delay. You know, you hear a reverb, the sound has to be delayed a little bit. If I'm in a big auditorium, then it's going to delay somewhat to get to the back and then bounce off the back wall and come right back at me at the microphone or whatever. So I may want to add a delay. I'll come to here. I'll tap that twice. I'll use my data wheel. Scroll down to here where it says delay and reverb. I'll push the data wheel in. I can select a delay. I'll pick the very first delay we have. That's right there. I hit the pencil tool. Whoa. I can now set a delay in. Let's play this back. That's an 8th note triplet delay. I don't even need that, right? I come to there. That's a 3/4 delay. You can experiment with your delay settings. If you don't want too much, come to your mix. Bring my feedback down. That's that effect. I keep hitting it up with the 3/4 delay. And I come right back here. And I go back again. And I'm right back here in my pad mix. Now there's another drum here. I'm going to go back to mute. Another bass drum right there. So we have another bass drum there. Now, I've got 2 bass drums. So I'm going to do here, that bass drum, I may want to add something to it. So I'm going to come back here to insert, and I'm going to select that bass drum right there. Selected right now. Nothing's on it. I'll come to here. I'll tap that. That's the bass drum, which is A5. I'll come to here, tap on it twice. I may want a compressor this time. So I want to go down to here, move my data wheel down. I'm going to dynamics. I want to get a compressor on that bass drum. Pull the bass drum up. Okay, got a compressor. Let's look at this here. We have some initial presets. Let's try that. There you go, drums. So let's try that for that bass drum to make it real simple. Okay, we want a pumpy drum, explosive drum. What kind of drum? I want a hard drum. There you go. I'll come back to here. A5. I go back to here. Now I've got a drum with a compressor. I want to keep that one. This one's good for me right now. I want to have a different feel for both the drums since they are going to be in the bass frequency range. So they will have some sort of counterpoint going on. I'll go back to mute. I'll pull this off of here. And you can hear the hi-hat, how that 3/4 delay works with the actual straight up beat. You can make some really cool mixes with your MPC One. And this is one way to actually do it. But you must take your time and go over. This is just the drums. Imagine having to do 8 tracks. You've got keyboards, a bass line, a vocal. And the next thing I want to show you here that's in our pad mix is the ability to route signals. So routing a signal means that this signal currently is going out of the program. So all these levels are in this program, and the program's feeding to the main output. And so what happens here for us is that we are routing signals. This is a big highway. These are 16 pads, and they're routing to this one main highway. That's root program. And then they're all different on different roads, right? And they're going to get to that one program. And what I want to do is sort of send some sound someplace else. Like, for example, we'll go to here. This is route, and I can send a signal anywhere. Currently, it's in a program mode. And so it's going to the program it belongs to, which is this program here called Boom Bap Kit. Right there, remember. Now, I can pick a sound. Let's look at some sounds here. That sound. That sound there. I can say, I want to route that sound someplace else. I'll turn my data wheel, and so I can send it to a sub 1, sub 2, 3, or 4. What? I can send it to output 1 and 2. So the program actually takes all these sounds and sends it to 1 and 2. But I can actually bypass the program and send this sound directly to output 1 and 2, which is my master output, which you hear over your speakers or in your headset. I can also send them to that sub 1 and 2. These are sub mixes I can have in here. So I can have a sub 1 or a sub 2, and that may have like a little special effect. And I want to send sounds there maybe. So you can route sounds throughout this entire system. So as you can see here, these are programs. Now I did select this track mix and it gives me programs, but you'll see here, once I select programs right here, I can change what I want to look at in terms of channels, anything actually. So I'm going to turn my data wheel now to the left, and you'll see here I can see audio tracks now. Now I can see that bass line I took earlier. You'll see it right here. The record button's still on. I'll turn this off actually right now, and now we're not recording in there, and we can play back this bass line if I want to. It's right here. Also, it's back to programs. The next one, so I turn to the right now, I can see the returns. The returns are right here. So if I send a sound, it returns back here. Let's say I'm here in return 1. I can add effects to return 1. I can come to here and return 1. Click there. Let's say I want to add a reverb. There's a reverb right there. I'll press select. And now I've selected a reverb for return 1. I go back to here. You'll see the reverb is right there. Now here's return 2. I can come to here. I can add an effect right there. I'll tap that twice. I can find another effect I want to put there. Turn my data wheel. And I can scroll and look for an effect I may want to put here. Maybe a mono sync delay. That goes there. I can close this. Now we have returns here. In 1 and 2, there are effects in these 2 returns. None here in 3 or 4. I can also go here to my master right there, where I can apply 4 different effects. Here also, the submix, as I showed you before, I can apply effects to a submix. Submix 1, I can apply effect to. Let's say submix 1, I want to add a bunch of compression or something like that, right? So I'm going to close this off, look for dynamics. Here's a compressor right here. I'll pull a compressor up. And I have a compressor there in submix 1. I can edit this mix, this compressor inside this mix here. I want to pull up a preset. We'll go for drums. Okay, I select drums, and now I can have different type of compression effects for drums. So what we're going to use here, I'm going to come here for effects for drums, and I may just want to harden the drums a little bit, right? Let's harden them a little bit. And this will harden my drums. Those presets are in every one of our effects. You can check them out too, what you're going to do right now actually. So in submix 1, I have this compressor. So if I play this track and I go back to program, here's programs. I select my drums right here. I want to solo them. So now I want to send them. So I have a send I can use. I want to send those drums out. These drums out of here, I'm going to punch in here. I can move in larger increments rather than being in smaller ones, push back in. Otherwise, if I'm here, it might take a little while to get them way up there. So now I'm good right here. I sent those drums out. So those drums are going to, as you can see here, send 1. So now I have send 1, that first dot right there. And this is going to send 1. This is leaving here and going to return to return 1. So I'll go back here to program. You'll see returns. And here in return 1, we have the air. In 2, we have the delay. In 3, nothing. And 4, nothing. So here's 1 reverb. So we expect the reverb to appear here. I'll just press play start. Now you hear the reverb. I can go to here in the program, go back to program. That's it there. I'll select it. You can hear the reverb for sure. I can also dial down the audio. And that's how I can apply effects to programs. I can do the same thing for pads. And that was using send 1. From here. And the return to actually hear that is right here. That's the return. So I can actually lower this too. So I come to here. I'll turn it on again. I'm going to lower this down. That's no reverb. Now I want to have a little bit between the wet, which is the reverb sound, and the dry sound, which is this current sound. And that's how we can apply effects using our track mix. I'm in main and I want to go to preferences. Now I can actually hit menu and then I can go to this little gear right here. Once I do, I'm right in preferences. Makes it pretty easy. Let's go back to main again. And I can also just press shift and press the menu button. Below it says press which means preferences. And here we are back in preferences. Now here I can set my information here. I can look at the serial number, the control surface firmware, and get an idea of whether I need to update this firmware or not. But next we have Ethernet. So here for Ethernet, you can see we have enabled right here, right? And the status is available. So once you put your Ethernet cable in, it will realize that it's there. Now this is an automatic, so that means the address method will be found automatically. And then here it'll put in the IP address, the subnet mask, the gateway, and the DNS. Now sometimes, if you're really good at it, you can go to here, so we'll tap that, and we can go to manual. Turn my data wheel and just punch that in, and now we see manual. So you can put your own IP address in, if you know that, and the subnet, and the gateway, and the DNS. This way you can make contact with Splice, which is right down here. The sequencer, right there. And here you notice in sequencer, our first option is the display resolution. And it's at 96 ppqn. That's pulse per quarter note. And so if I come to here and I'm going to push my data wheel in, we'll see two options, either 96 or 960 ppqns. So 96 is preferable because it just changes the resolution of what we see on the display. It has no effect whatsoever on the time correction or quantizing of any notes. Next, we have, this is the instant track mute. Now, if some of you guys have an older MPC and you remember how with that machine, or if you still even have one, you can actually play a loop and then it won't cut off if you select mute. You select mute, bam, it can cut off, right? So you're going to play the sequence and then the mute will instantly cut off that sample. Now the newer MPCs don't do that, but this option here allows you to do that. So when you're playing a sequence, and let's say you've got a 4-bar setup, it's one loop. That loop plays in the first bar, but not the second bar. And you got 4 different bars as a separate sections. The loop will cut off when you have instant track mute. I'm an older guy with MPC stuff, so I prefer the loop to cut off actually at some point after it plays. Next we have play track mute and solo events. Definitely. That's for sure. Record track mute and solo events. Yep, we can record it. I can also record pad afternote events. That's right. And place events recorded during count-in on the start point. This means that in case you rush hitting that first note and it goes tick, 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 you got to count in 1, 2, 3, 4, bam, and you hit it too fast or too slow, it'll put that one event on the first point once the machine starts to record into that sequence. Next we have truncation duration. And so this is going to be to sample or to sequence length rather. So the truncate duration is to sequence length. Next option after truncate duration is the Q-Link swing control applies time correct settings on release. This I leave off. This is just for Q-Link control, which applies just to our timing correction. And that's our sequence section or sequencer section of preferences. Here after sequencer we have sync right there. And now what we're going to do is we're going to sync our device up, the MPC One. You might want to sync it to Ableton Live to receive the control information in, or sync it to a different MPC or a keyboard or something. And so here this is receive. And receive MIDI clock. I can set this to several options. Here I have off, not receiving anything obviously, MIDI clock. Most machines or devices like an MPC or Ableton Live or software like Pro Tools and Logic all send out MIDI clock. Most of them all send out also MIDI timecode, MTC. And Ableton has its own link, which is called Ableton Link, obviously. That's what it says right there. So you can receive the information. In order to receive it, you just put a check mark there, like this, off, on, like that, and you're good to go. Now next, below here we have send. So you may want to send information to someone else, right? You may want to send it out to control. So in this case, it's to send, it's MIDI timecode. I come to here, turn my data wheel, and now it's MIDI clock. Those are the only two options we have here. And next, of course, you want to send it, we're going to send it right there. Now, this is known as MIDI timecode frame rate. Now, in America, the frame rate's 24 frames per second for video. And in Europe, it's 30 frames. So here, as you can see here, that's non-drop, which I would explain to you, but it's more about film. But if I'm going to do this, I want to be pretty much at 24 frames. And also 25 frames, and also seen, I think France uses 25 frames. I'm not too sure. It's been a long while since I had a sync to actually video. I normally do that through my software like Final Cut Pro, but here we have it at 24. This is the start time, and this would be the send port information. So let me scroll up a little bit here. We can see it all. Okay, so I can send to port 1, 2, 3, or 4. Now in this case, you can see I can go to 1, 2, or 3, 4, turn my data wheel, MIDI out A. MIDI out A. MIDI out A. MIDI out A. That's all we can send to is MIDI out A. And that's where we can send our MIDI time code frame rate. And we can also lock through MMC, which is MIDI machine control. Hardware. Now this deals with our hardware. And here the first option is pad sensitivity. So as you can see, I can adjust the pad threshold level. I can go up to there, which is more force, which is 16, and 1 less force. So less force, just tap it, boom, it's gonna hit off, right? And we're good. So normal is the normal threshold level. Pad sensitivity is set to normal as well. Now, I don't know what you're doing at home, but for me, normal has always worked on any MPC I've actually made a video on or had to test. If I hit it but so hard, it's going to have this much velocity. And the next hard time I hit it, it's harder or a little harder, less harder. It's going to have that much velocity. This I normally don't touch because it's really not worth it. For me, if you want to experiment, you can, but read more in the manual before you touch this. Now below that we have, so here the next option we have here, foot switch 1, foot switch 2, and then here we have MIDI control mode output. So right here is my output for my MIDI control. Below here we have screen. So screen dimming in 10 minutes. If I keep it on for 10 minutes, it'll start to dim. Screen brightness, night mode. Now currently I'm filming a video, so I don't want to have it too bright, but if I did make it bright, I'd come to here and I'd turn this to day, and there's day. That's pretty cool. I prefer this, it's much easier to see and edit with. Project defaults. So you want to come to here, and these are our project defaults. So let's say new project dialog, and this is going to be demo. Right? Demo template recent. So I probably want to load my recent project I'm working with. Here we have default tempo. This is the tempo. When you turn your machine on, it will always be this tempo. 120 BPMs. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't do too much of that stuff, so I prefer to have it myself. Lower than this. This is a brand new machine, so I'm just doing a little video on it. So boom, I like 110. Or you can push it in and you can select your default tempo. It tells you so right here. Once you get it, you hit that arrow right there, you're back right here in preferences. Kind of cool. default master tempo. So you can have a default master tempo. Now sometimes I'll make a master tempo for all the sequences I will make in the MPC. I make a lot of sequences. I may be doing something for a commercial or whatever. So I'm going to make sure the tempo is always the same for every single sequence. And so I would go, yeah, okay, sure, I'll do that this time. Next, we have here sequencer, default sequence bars. So when you turn the machine on, the default bars will be 2. So default sequence bars, default time signature numerator. Okay. 4, default time signature denominator. Right here is 4. 4 for time. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I keep mine there because I'm not going to do a waltz. If I'm going to do a waltz, I'll reset this here. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I come to here. I'll go to here. And now I have 3, 4. Okay. That's 3 beats that are quarter notes to one measure. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So I'll go back to here. I'll keep it at 4. And we'll go further down here and good. We'll see here, program. So default pad slice is the pad. Every pad slice I do, if I'm going to make a slice for a pad from a sample, will be 1 pad. Default drum key group filter is a low pass 2-pole filter. I like that. Then I have a default plug-in synth, and that's my tube synth. And I prefer to sit up here because it's just easier and I know it pretty good. Except on the MPC 4000, I do change this. Now also here in hardware, besides the MIDI control mode output, is some more information down here, which is screen. Screen 10 minutes, it will start dimming. We have screen brightness right here as well. We also have the date and the time. So I set my date up and time right here, and you have your time here, and we have the time zone right there. Here we are, we're in project defaults. If I have a project, this is my default. So new project, dialog. So it's going to be demo, template, recent. Or it can just be demo. There's 2 options here. Then we have default tempo. This is the tempo that when you turn your MPC One on, this is the default when you start making beats. All right. So I normally keep it to what I prefer to have, which is like 110. We have default master tempo. Yep, that's my default master tempo if I want to have that. Now this isn't actually necessary for me, and probably not for you. Every song's different. Only time I make a master tempo if I'm doing a commercial. I need to have a bunch of different setups, like a 15-minute part of the commercial, then there's a 30-second, then there's a 40-second, then there's a 1-minute slot. So the commercial may need to have 4 or 5 different mixes. And I have 18 or different sequences that they can pick from. Okay, next we have the sequencer. And these are all default settings. So a default sequence bars. It's pretty simple. Turn the machine on, I'm going to get 2 bars automatically. You want to change it, you come right here. You turn your data wheel. Oh, we got 13. Well, let's go back down. Let's go to 4. How's that? 4 sounds good to me. You can always change it right here. Push your data wheel in and you can change it. Now we go back. Below that we have default time signature numerator, 4. Default time signature denominator, 4. So this is 4/4 time. It's quarter notes, and there are 4 quarter notes to a measure. Now if I was going to do 3/4, like a waltz, 1 2 3 1 2 3, like a waltz feel, right? I would go 3/4. That's 3 quarter notes to a measure, and it's 4 of them for the time signature. Pretty simple, but normally we're always doing 4/4. Now below that we have program, default pad slice. That's cool. So default pad slice. This is for when I tap a pad, I'm making slices with the sample section. I can put it to all pads, but no, not for me. Just 1 pad. Default drum key group filter. So it's a key group or drum. My filter is going to be a low pass 2-pole filter. That's all it's going to be. And on my MPC 4000, it's the same setup for me as well when I had that machine. Then there's a default plug-in synth. Now, of course, it's synth. A default synth is going to be tube synth, which comes with our MPC. And that's it. Next, we'll look at the project load and save. So here, I sometimes want the MPC One to save constantly. If I'm working with a client and we just keep working and working, I may want to save constantly. But I don't like that too much because sometimes it just stops me and it starts to save. So I can set a timeout. So every 5 minutes, it will save. I'll enable that. And when I start working with my project, every 5 minutes, it will save the project in case I didn't save something. And I can always select a template that I'm saving to right here. Template, I go to here, I pop in there, I look for my file. I look at my internal or the separate disk I have loaded in here. I can find that file and it's saved to that. Let's go back. And that's our project load and save. Next option here is record and export. So we're going to record audio. I'm going to record audio into my MPC One. And to do that, I need to have a bit depth actually. So I have a bit depth right here. It's 16. You have a choice of 16 or 24, whichever you prefer. Now we have audio bounce. Now sometimes you're recording and you want to make, let's say, a separate mix for a rapper or a singer. And you've got that one sequence going or that one song sequence going. It's one song and you want to export it. Well, this is called a bounce. I'm going to export that file. It'll be like just a file for them to hear back. They can put it in their phone. I make sure it's always WAV, so it's no problem at all. But you'll see here, include program volume pan settings. So if I want to include the volume of every program. So when I make that volume, it's going to be the same volume in the audio bounce. Same with panning. I could be panning a drum to the left a little bit and a hi-hat to the right. I want to make sure the pans are the same way too. Then we have here, bypass program effects plugins. So you have some plugins like some reverb, a delay, a chorus and a compressor, a noise gate. So you're going to have some of these effects that you might want to use. And if you do use them in this sort of mix you want to send to someone, you want to make sure, I want to make sure myself actually that they're going to be in there. Depends on what you want. So I'd rather keep this the way it is, unchecked. We have audio tail length. So you're going to bounce a file out and someone's going to get that file. Suppose you have a delay on the end of it and then that delay goes on and on at the end until it dies out. If you don't let that happen and you cut audio tail, it won't be there. So you want to come in here and select your audio tail on how long you want that tail to be. How many seconds, right? Or 0. Set your parameter and go right back. Audio export, track. MIDI export, track. Bounce bit depth, 24-bit. You can change that too as well. Right there. We can go to 16, which I prefer. And see now, look, it started saving. See that? It started saving everything that's on the machine. This gets in my way sometimes, as you can see right now, but I want you to see what happens. It's saving everything again. It's going through all the files and saving this song I have loaded up in here that I've been using for the session, and I have some more songs I want to use, and it's going to save them here. And this is what happens every 5 minutes from what I have it set to. And now once this ends, I'll go back in and I'm going to change that. So we're back to save and load right here. I don't need that on right now. When I want to save something, I will save something because I'm always conscious about that. And you need to be conscious yourself when you're actually working with your project if you're new. General. That's general. So here we have tap tempo. Now if I tap my pad 3 times, it will figure out that, okay, this is the tempo after 3 taps. That's a tempo that he tapped in. I can do it 4 times. So if I tap 4 times, the MPC One will figure out what that tempo is. I can come to here, tap 2 times, and the MPC One will figure out what that tempo is. This is important because sometimes you're working with a singer, a rapper, or a producer for a commercial or something, or even film, and they want to have a particular tempo they want to have just to get an idea of how it's going to fit in. And tapping a tempo is always good. Nothing wrong with that. And then here I can flash tap tempo light. There's a light that's right next to the master. Underneath it says master. It says tempo on top, tap tempo. It's pretty simple. It blinks based on the tempo. Nothing more fancy than that. Next we have MIDI audio input. So a filter. All notes off, CC. So this I do not check. We have program changes off. If we're going to use MIDI, I will put these on. Master output. So there are these vintage modes. Years ago, they made the MPC 1200. It was a great machine for that boom bat sound. Then they had the MPC 60. Now the 1200 was made by a company called EMU. And AKAI had just started making their first machine, which is the MPC 60, which Roger Lynn designed. And so here they've come up with some idea of people who are older like me, who know what those machines sound like and the beauty of them. They came up with this idea that they can have this vintage mode. We have that this SP1200 ring, or a regular SP1200, or an MPC 60, or an MPC 3000. I don't use these too much because I really don't like them that much because they don't give me what I'm used to. I'm older and I know how it should sound. But if I do use it, I'm going to apply a bunch of different effects, like some sort of filtering and some sort of compression to sort of give this a different sound. But this is for master output, remind you. So it's not going to be for that one specific sound. It's going to make the entire output, the audio out left and right, it's going to be this MPC 60 or this SP1200, which I'm not too keen on using. But you can try it though, you never know. It could give some sort of special effect to a sound you're trying to get, and you never know. So below that here we have Audition Preview. So this is Audition Auto Play. Well, Auto Play, that's pretty good. So you come to here, we can change that. But I'll leave it standard. I always leave it standard. It's good. Audition outputs. Audition outputs. 1 and 2. Our master outputs. Pretty simple. Cue preview. No need. Slice preview. No need for that for me. Audio warp algorithm. So what happens in the MPC is that you can put a sample in here, we'll say, right? And then when you do, you want that sample to change. If I change the speed, tap a new tempo, I don't want that sample to play at its original speed. I prefer to play at any tempo I tap in. Now, a great software for this is like Ableton Live. And actually, all those softwares do it now. So, AKAI, of course, has put it in their MPCs everywhere. And it's really cool because that way, years ago, we had to do a whole bunch of making a brand new sample every time you change the tempo. So what happens here, the computer has an algorithm, an equation, which will do this function for you quite smooth. Now here it's the MPC least CPU usage, which is pretty cool, right? As I go to here, that's the only option they have. But it looks like they have more than one, but they only have one option here, and that's what it is. Then here we have audio tracks, auto warp. Don't want that. It's way too much work here. If I come to here, it's on or off, and it's just going to use this same equation here, which is the MPC least CPU usage. Then we have here BPM detecting range. So between 58 beats per minute to 195 beats per minute, it will detect within that range and say, okay, this sample will play perfectly at 195. Okay, you went down to 195, you went to 110, you went to 58. Okay, I'll make this sample play perfectly at 58 BPM, which is kind of cool. That's the range it has. Anywhere below 58 or above 195, it's not going to sound good, obviously. Then below here we have general, and this is our bank button press. So we have this A to D, select toggle bank, and that's it. I leave this bank button press to A through D. Oh, here we have Slice, and it's a company that MPC and AKAI MPC division has a deal with Splice. And so Splice has samples. I believe you got to pay for them or something. And you can visit their site, sign up to access over 3 million royalty-free loops and one-shots that sync with this device, the MPC One. So you can check it out. I'm not too sure. I've never checked it out, actually, because I have a lot of samples already. And then I hate to use samples someone else has got, because then it's like I don't have anything that's really original. So I always suggest create your own samples, build your collection up, create your own signature sound. But if you're starting out, this might be good to help you out. Next, we want to talk about programs. So, for example, here I have a drum program. And it says drums. This is the drum icon, and track 1 has a drum program. I'm going to select the track here. My next track is a plugin. So what's selected here is a electric, is a piano right here, and it's a plugin we're using. Now I go to my next track, and next one we have a keyboard. And this is a keyboard program. That's the name of the program. Acoustic piano off, 72 keys. Right there. So now, I want to show you how it looks in the grid. So this is the piano right here. I'll press grid mode, and now you'll see we have piano keys here on our left. We have our grid right here. I can write notes in, right? You can tell we're in grid mode here. And we can do the same as we normally do when we do with a drum program. We can nudge notes. We can lengthen the start of a note, lengthen the end or cut the end of a note. We can transpose a note. We can strike it with less velocity, change the velocity for that particular note. We'll go back to main screen again. And now here, we're going to go back to this track. This is a plugin. I'm going to go to grid again. Now that's a plugin. It was a piano, I told you, right? And you can see this plugin, we have notes too, because it's a plugin primarily. And so we have notes right here for this sound. And that's that sound. So it's pretty cool. You can come to here. The note, put the note in. Let's go back here, and this is our program, but a plug-in program. Now we'll go back to main again, and next we'll go to here, and this is a drum program. We'll go to grid. Here in the grid you see the pad numbers, right? So I'll go back to here, main. So, right, there we go. We'll go back into grid, and there it is. Here in the grid, you can see the events. The events are right there. And we know which drums are where. The drums are played directly here within the system. I hit the pad. If I hit the pad, we see which tracks or pads look on the grid. Okay, that's good. It's pretty simple stuff. So now what I want to do is I want to talk about programs. So here I am in the drum program. I'll press program edit, and now we see the program edit. This is for that particular program. You can tell here this is the program for the drums. I'll go back here to main again, and I'm going to go to here. I want to select, well, this track should be the plugin actually. All right, this track should be a plugin. Go ahead and plug in here. Right, the plugin right there. And so I'm going to go to this track here, 3. And I pressed the program, and now we see the plugins are right here. Right? It says plugin 001. This is what that effect is, or that sound is, this particular instrument. I can go right here into the folder. I can go to the hard drive. Of course, I can add in some automation. And you can see this is a plug-in program. Program, plugin 001. Notice it has the same pad icon. If I go back to main, it's a plugin icon. Okay, let's go to another track. This is my keyboard track. I'm going to press program edit. Program edit still has the same thing going on, but right here is the keyboard. So it's a program, but a keyboard program. That way you know what it is. Pretty simple stuff there. Let's go back to main. And now we're going to look at programs. So now I want to look at the program, the drum program. I'll press program edit. We'll see here that, of course, Q-Link works here too as well. You see the Q? That means Q-Link works. I come back here, I press Q-Link. I'm on button number 4 of Q-Link. That light is lit up. And what I can do, I can change the program, polyphony, the master semitone. I can do just fine tune the tone and off, right? And so here you see we have polyphony, semi, and fine. Off means it doesn't work. So then as I touch any area here, you'll see I go to another area here. There's more information here. There's volume. This is panning. So I can pan any sound. I've got a bass drum here. I can pan that bass drum. So the sound's there. I'm hitting these drums, and you can actually see their settings. And so each drum has a certain setting and a panning. I can simultaneously play. So for example, I've got this sound right here. And that's pad 16. I can simultaneously play other sounds. So I can come to here, we'll say, and simultaneously play, and I want to select a different sound. I'll select sound 1. I'll come to here. Ooh, I can pick another one. I'll pick this sound. And this one too. Let's go to A3. How about it? That's pretty cool. Go back to 4. I have the original sound and 4 other sounds. When I hit this one sound, these other sounds play. That's kind of cool. But what I like to do sometimes too is actually just put those sounds or new sounds on another bank, and it could be all the same matching sounds and play it. And that way I'm playing sounds that I'm not actually using, which will create a different sound, which is always cool. I'll come back to and turn this off. And turn this off here, and turn the last one off. And then we have the original sound right there. I can mute target. So if I say I don't want this sound, the bass drum, to play when this sound plays. So I'll say that's the bass drum. But whenever this sound plays, it stops this sound from playing. Now this is really cool actually, because I can say, you know, I got a hi-hat. I can cut it off. So I can say this sound cuts off this sound. So okay, that's a sound. I'll come to here. That's pad number 8. 8. I'll go to here. So I'll play this sound. See what happens? It's a long play, but I can cut it off. And that's a target mute, which is great for hi-hats and other instruments too as well. So I'll come back into here. I'll put this back to off position. And this is our target mute. And this is in the master. So we have the master, the pad, simultaneous play, and target mute. And these are samples right here. This is the sample. This is pad 16. And you see that's pad 16. That's that shaker sound you got there. And you could see this is in the program, because the program is right there, the symbol for the program. Now here we see pad slice. So it's a pad slice, and that's pad number 16. We see the name of that particular sample is right there. I can throw it out too if I want to. And also Q-Link affects this as well. Now you see the Q-Link right there for the Q, and Q-Link already went to the number 4 light for Q-Link. I'll press the Q-Link button in, and now you'll see here that what happens here is we have the ability to use the number 4 button to select the slice. We have the pad, off, scroll, and zoom. So I can always come and scroll and zoom, and I can zoom and get in. That's our sound. We have a start point for that sound, which is right here. I can change the start point. I can come to here, bring this in, and change the start point. Back to the top again. I can change the end. I go to end here, start point disappears, but I can change the ending of that sound. I can use my data wheel and zoom in. As I do, you see it, I've changed it. So I don't even need that part. I can get rid of it if I want to save sample time. At start and the end point. And this is any sample in the program. So I hit these different drum sounds, you'll see what their waveform file looks like. That's the kit. I can change the tuning of that sound. Pick that sound right there, right? That's it. I can come to here. I can go and find, no, semitones. I can fine tune it. Or I can go down to as well. So we can fine tune or semitone it, because everything's in semitones. Right there. I can reverse this sample as well. And back to normal. It's set to BPM sync. That means this sound will sync. No matter what tempo I put this at, this sound will maintain its pitch. If this is not on, I have a long sample, and it's a vocal sample, it will sound like chipmunks if I go fast in the tempo, or it's like someone dragging their voice very low if I go lower in the tempo. That's why the BPM sync is on. I keep it on always when in this sort of drum program. Now you also see here the pad, it's ready to warp, and we have stretch, 100% stretch, which has to deal with the BPM sync and the warp. So it stretches the sample back and forth, wide or stretch it small, or crush it either way in order for it to play back at any tempo. And if I want to loop it, I have a loop right here for loop. Now another unique feature here is I can actually add other sounds to it. So got that sound there. I can make a layer. I can pick another sound, and that sound would hit with it. Let's try this ARP sound. Oh, that's too loud, right? So you gotta pick the right sound to match it up with. And so you look for sounds. I have tons of sounds actually in here I could use, and pick a sound that might work with it. You never know. So here, I got this ARP sound there. I got so many ARP sounds here. Ooh, here's another audio sound. Here's an audio sound here. Okay, here's a bass line I used before. And this sound is layered now with that sound. I can see layered sounds. And if I don't like that, and I got this thing going there, and I got that thing, come to here, trash. I trashed it. It's gone. Now I'm back to my regular sound. So it's a quick way to just get rid of trash. Or if I add layers in, hit that garbage can, select the layer, and get rid of those layers if you don't like them. It's a really cool page. And this is samples in the program. So next here I want to talk about this pan velocity, which is right here, but I need to select more samples. So I've got a sample right here. Let's say I want to put a new layer in. And I can go to here, double tap that. I can see all my samples in my sample pool. So I come to here, I'm going to scroll down and try and find a sample to match it up or do something with that sample. I'll do an 808 clap maybe. No, I'll go with an 808 hi-hat right here. I'll do this one. And so that now is layer number 2. Let's go to layer number 3. So I come to tap here. I'm going to find another one here. Look for another sample to put this layer right here. And I'm looking for a sample I like. An 808 drum right here. Let's go to clap. I'll use a clap. That's good. So I have a layer there, a layer here, and a layer here. Now as I hit that pad, all these sounds are sounding right there. This layer and that layer. And this one tends to be a little louder, this layer right here, right? So I can bring that down, but first what I want to do here is I want to get into it and go to pan velocity. And now here in pan velocity, I can hit any pad, and if I have a layer to it, it'll appear here. It'll appear here in a list. Now, the only one that has layers is this sound right here. And I could change the panning, velocity start, velocity end. Now, what this means is that I could strike this pad, and I hear this. And I hear these two. Let's take this sound right here. I only want to hear that sound when the pad is struck hard. Now if I hit the pad now, hit it hard, I'm going to hear the sound. Here's how this works. This is the velocity. So if it doesn't go this loud, this sound won't be heard. Okay, so now I've got a different setting for this velocity. So I'm going to come to here. And I don't want it to play it loud. I'm going to come to here and bring it down. So I'm selecting ranges for these sounds to play. So this should play between here and there. If I strike this pad, there are different sound levels. So if I hit this pad soft, I get the one sound. A little harder, these two sounds play. I hit it hard enough, this third sound will play here. So this is based on the velocity. I can do the same for panning. I come to here, I'll change the panning for this. I'll go to the left. For the clap, I'll go to the right. So whenever I hit it soft, the clap, or hard, the clap will go to the right when it's triggered. When this sound is triggered, it'll go to the left. Meanwhile, the main sound will be in the center. And this is our pan velocity. It's pretty simple. It's a lot of fun to use though, because you can have two hi-hats, one here and the one here, and you can hit them. One could be center, one could be there, or have three hi-hats. This is the filter envelope section. And so here I can add a filter, or I can add an envelope. It's a filter here. You'll see here the envelope here for the filter. Now use your Q-Link with this section also, makes it much easier. So I'll put the Q-Link button here, and now I'm in the lower half where I have the amp envelope. And here, the next one, we have the filter envelope. So I can amplify the sound with the envelope, and I can have a filter envelope. Here we have the modulation source. And then here in the top, let's go one more here. We have the filter, the cutoff, the resonance, and the envelope. So I'll select the sound. This sound right here, let's say. I may want to listen to it and get some idea how much resonance I can add. I'm changing the sound. This is the cutoff. So I cut it off there. Now it's open up wider. Then I can resonate that sound. I can change this filter. That's a low one pole filter right there. Now usually it starts off with this filter. See, it changes that sound. Go back to the first one. That's a 4-pole filter. Now this is great with samples. You can actually get rid of some sounds, like maybe a low-end bass if you want to get rid of low frequency, or get rid of some of the highs if you have a little sample from a record. You can even boost some sounds, and actually use an envelope to sort of expand it even as well. Now we also have below that here is our modulation source. So if I have a sound, see, so I apply the velocity, the filter changes. Then I have an envelope here. Then here we have the attack. See the difference? Hit the pad. Then here we have sustain. Now below that here we have, let's go to this next one here. This is the filter envelope. Now with the filter envelope, we have this attack and decay. And we also have, if I go hit right here, we have attack, hold, decay, sustain. So here it's just an attack once I hit it, and decay. So I hit that pad, it decays. Let's look at this pad here. I'll come back to here. Go back to my 2-pole. So then you hear it decay, slowly decaying out. So I can come to, let's say, which one of these? Oh, there you go. There's a decay right there. And as you see, you'll see the diagram change how much decay is being applied. You also notice that right here, A for attack, D for decay. So I hit the pad again. Matter of fact, let me bring it in a little more. Get my attack in. So I cut some of the beginning off with that attack. It's more the filters actually on there more. See, you still hear the sound, but the filter is applied in the attack. We have a start. And you see the diagram change. The attack's here, and then the decay is just cut off much faster than if I have it from the end. So this is decay from the end or decay from the start. Get rid of those samples. So here I'm in this one here, which is the layer number 3, and I'm going to get rid of that one. I'm going to go back to layer number 2. I get rid of that one. It's gone. I go back to pan velocity. I've got my one original sound. Next, I also have this attack, hold, decay, and then sustain. So we attack, and it holds it, decay, and then sustain. So that's here. We see the attack, the hold, the decay, which is not happening, and this is sustain. That's a sustain line. I can change this too. So I can obviously use the Q-link. See the Q-link right there. So I'm going to change the sustain. Okay, it's cutting off some less decay. Maybe I'll change the hold. And so it's different, see that? Now in this case, we don't have this start and end like we have down here, the start and end. So in the attack decay, there's a start and end, but when using the attack, hold, decay, and sustain, there's no need for the start here because we know we're starting from the top. It's going to go in that direction, pretty much from left to right. And so here you'll see the attack is just moving slightly. Now if I'm going to attack here, I'm going to attack again. I'll move attack up to 127. Let's hit it now. So attack's kind of fast now. Now this is great stuff to use when you've got some sounds you want to change. I love them on samples, particularly odd samples I'm not really worried about too much, but I want to see how I can affect them. And I prefer to use some of the filters. So you'll see these filters and a list of the filters in the manual. If you don't have that, we've got them on the website you can download. And it's pretty cool though. And this is actually our filter envelope section here. Now, down here we have, the next thing we got here is, let's go to our Q-link first, there it is. Right there, we have amp envelope. We have attack and decay. Let's try this sample right here. Let's see about this one. Okay, start's cut off right there. So that's from the start. So I'm changing the decay from the start or the end. The end works. I can tap this one actually. Then use my data wheel. So we cut off the attack so much here. So amp means we're amping up the sound, right? So here we're cutting back that, and the further back I move here, I get more of that. But some samples, I like when they're like this sometimes. They don't have such a really strong attack, but they sort of gradually come in, and you get that kind of feel with the sample, which is always kind of cool. I can always tap to see. So now we're looking at the LFO modulation. And this is low frequency oscillator and the modulation of it. So here in my first row here, we have modes. And we have mute group modes here, right? This is mute group. And so in mute group, of course, if something's part of the same mute group, it will cut the other part off. So in this case, that means mute group number 4. So I've got this sound is mute group number 4, that sound, this sound, that sound. Right? So I've got these sounds here, so I can so this sound cuts them off, you know, or which is kind of cool. Then here we have the layers. If I have layers, we have velocity, layers based on velocity, and cycle and ran. Next we have here, this is sample, play, So if I hit a sample, it plays. That's one shot. One hit, it plays it to the very end. Here's note on, which means I gotta hold that note down. Oop, I can't do one shot, I gotta hold that note down. Show me some love. See that? That's already one shot. Let's go to the note. So I want to get a little bit of that right there. Okay, so here, I want this to be one shot. And of course we have right here, this is pad polyphony. And so let's go here. I'm going to change that actually. I think it's the bottom one there. Yes, it is. Let's go to 3 or 4. So the same sound. See that? Because only just one sound there. That's all it really is. I go to poly. Let's go to poly. Go back here to mono. So generally, that's always going to be mono. And this is pretty much the mode for the sounds I'm using right here in this kit. Now next, I'm going to select this Q link here. We're going to go to the next row up here, which is velocity sensitivity. And this is based on how hard I hit a pad. I can change its pitch. I can change the attack of the sound. I can change the amplitude, and I can change the panning of the sound, going from left to right. If I hit it real hard, I might go to the left, or hit it real soft, I keep staying in the middle, right? Or to the right. So here, I'll do this pad. We have that pad right there, right? Let me put full level on. Okay, good. We hear how the sound sounds. Now I'm going to hit a pitch. I'm going to turn my data wheel a little bit here. I'll hit the pad. Oop. So see, the pitch is changing based on how hard I strike that pad. The velocity, obviously. And it's sensitive, as you can see. Now I'm going to bring it down a little bit more. Maybe around 12 or so. Yeah, right there. So I can have this little sound going on in a song, and I would, let's say, set it up so that if I hit the pad, a certain level, it's one level. What I'll really do is I'll set that inside my pan velocity, as we told you before. And so I would use this pan velocity right here. I would set certain velocity levels for it. And then what would happen would be that that sound would play low and then loud. It would play a higher pitch. It's kind of cool thing to do too. You got to try that out. I like it a lot. Then we have here also attack. Based on how hard I attack or strike it. That's another idea. And that's with the pitch on too as well. Let's go with the panning too. I go with the panning. You probably won't hear it much, but I can use the panning too. It will pan around. These are very cool features to actually use. Just turn these down. There we go. Now next here we have LFO. And that's the low frequency oscillator. So the sound will oscillate back and forth, right? Let's try and change some of these parameters for this. Put my pointer down here. And I'm going to turn this data wheel. You don't hear much with this sound. It doesn't work much with this sound. You got to pick the right sound to use on it. So then I have the rate I could change too as well. Then the sync. Then I'll change this. That's sawtooth. It's still the same sound with the wave, but it works better on more like a synth type of sound. But when you do use it, it's really kind of cool because it will oscillate. It'll oscillate based on also the syncing. So if I have that particular sound playing in a track, it will sync up to, in this case, eighth note triplets. Next we have the destination. That's right down here. This is pitch destination. So I can come to here, go right there, turn my beta wheel. Go back to here. So you can actually also just select another setting anytime you want to select that setting, change it. I can change it also as well. So you can do a whole bunch of changing parameters and seeing which works, which doesn't. We go back to here, since this is destination, filter, amplification. So you can hear what's happening to that sound. If you got a track going on, okay, do this, do that, do this, right? And of course, there's the panning, which you'll hear more so when you're going left to right, totally. And this is a pretty cool section of the program edit because you can do a lot of really cool things with samples here. I suggest you check it out, sort of see what you think works best, but take your time and understand it. Because one day you'll wake up and you'll just hear something and you know exactly what to do because you've tried and experimented so many times with this section. Now next we have our effects. So we have effects right here. I can apply effects in program edit. So this whole program will have an effect on it. Now in this case, there's already an effect on this program. And I have here a high pass filter with no resonance whatsoever. So I can come in the program, for example, I'm going to use the Q link, which you can already see is locked in. I can use this knob right here to change the resonance. And I'm going to press play. You can hear it's affecting it. Let me go back down to here. So I'm affecting that sound. Turn the resonance off, back to the beginning. Now what I want to do now though is I want to add something else. I want to go back in here and apply different effects. So I'll come to here. I'll go to here. And what I want to do is I want to get some compression out of here. So let's go to here. I'll turn my data wheel. I'll go to dynamics. I'll push the button in and I want to get some compression. So here's an air compressor. And then I want to add something else here before I actually work with that air compressor. I'll push this button in and I want to add something else to this. So I want to hide that, push the button in, go down to EQ, and I want to get a killer EQ. Boom. That's added to effects. Now, I'm going to come back to compressor. I'm going to go to right. And here, I just want to get something pretty tight. Not too hard or pumpy. So I'm looking to see how this stuff sounds. Well, I can't even hear it, so I'm going to do here, I'm going to press play. See that sound? So let's turn this off here. Now you see what happened to that sound? We're in classic compression, and then all of a sudden that sound did a triplet that we had set up before. So I can go right back into program edit here. I'm still in effects. I can go back to modulation right there. This is that sound. I'll go to here. So you know what you're doing. You're listening. You got to always listen to know what you're doing. And I'll keep it back to here, right? And I'm not trying to go back to sine wave. That's better. Well, look at that. So much going on there. So now I'll pull the amplification down. We're going to pull the pan down. And then the filter. Cool. Then we're getting our rate down. So you see, when you're actually working with some of these sounds, you want to make sure you get them right. Good. Good. Now it's sustaining properly. We got some amplification in there. Oh, let's go back to here now. I'm going to go back to the effects here and then play it. Good. Now I want to bring that sound down. Now I've got that sound here. So I want to bring that sound down. So let's go to pad mix. I'll press shift, pad mix. There it is right there. Give me the background. A little more. Stop that. I go back to program edit and we're right back where we started from. And that's how I use program edit. I sort of know where I'm going actually and know where that sounds at. I'll go to the pad, I'll hit the pad, I'll apply some effects to it, change it again with something else, and then here we got a compressor added to it. Let's go to this killer EQ now, where we were at before. Let's go to edit the killer EQ, and we want to get something else going with the EQ here for the overall sound. So I want to boost the lows. And so we got a little low sound going on. You can do all kinds of things here. I can come up here. Let's try something else here. Let's go to the mids. Now, even while it's playing, I can boost my highs on the frequencies. I'll show you how to do that later on. We go over EQs and effects. But right now, you're getting the idea. You can do a lot in program edit. And that's how it works. There's another track here, and I've got another thing I want to look at in program edit. So we've got a plugin, of course, and I'm gonna go here to this track here. Okay, here's a plugin. So pull it out. So let's solo this plugin out. Let's solo this up here. That's it right there. We'll stop that. So let's look at program edit here. This is totally different. Here's a pickup. This is the pickup envelope right here. Pickup, the height, 4.5 mm. Here we got the distance. And this is the pickup for that sound. And of course, Q-Link controls it. So Q-Link 3 controls the distance. And the height. Bring the height down. See that? There's a foot pedal for a pickup. Or the magnet used for the sound. Q-Link again. Let's go back to Q-Link again. And we have the clip. I hear that little clip, that little, like the hammer hitting the head of that little magnet thing. This is how that sound would sound on a Fender Rhodes, like a classic sound we've all heard before. Turns a key rack. I like this key rack up higher. I like that little clip right there. Now to test it, I'm gonna go right back to main, turn the solo off. Solo again. Okay, so now let me go to track mix. There it is right there. I'm gonna tap this. I'm in level. Make sure I don't go into the red here. I want to hear how this sounds when I'm editing it. Back to program edit. Not bad. All right, next. Q-Link again. Look at my envelope. This is my attack envelope. There's decay. I want to get more release. Here we go. It's resonating more. Let's get my peak. Top EQ. Or rather, top Q-Link. Like that. I can go to the bell noise as well. Need a little bell in here, of course. I can change the tuning right here. Right, here we go. Like that. Now I want to test it. I'll go back to main. I will now hit solo. I'll go back to solo. I go back to program edit. This is how I normally edit plugin sounds. I want to test them out with the pattern first, make sure it's actually musically sound. And then I want to go back and sort of change some parameters in the bell, the noise, the pickup, the envelope, the delay if I want to use that. And I want to maybe get a tube sound or add a chorus to it so it sounds thicker. So in this case here, I use the bell tuning. I use the pickup already. So we'll go back here and look at some decay. I'll look at the noise next. Let me press this in. And now we're in noise. Here's a Q-Link again. I'm back in noise here. Get the mix. There's too much hit there for me. I may go back to here. Change my clip. Oh yeah. Okay. Now I'm in tube. Matter of fact, let's go to tremolo first. Here in tremolo, I can change the rate. Now let's back up. Watch this. So I want to make sure the rate fits into the time of the track. I'll go back to main, press solo. Back to solo, back to program edit. And this is how we can affect any sound, whether it's a bass sound or a synth sound, or even a keyboard sound. In this case, an electric piano sound that we have in there. There are actually 3 plugins we can have: bass, the electric, and then there's a synth. And you should try to get the sound you like. Just try to get the sound that you like and the feel for it. It's easy to do, as you can see I'm doing it right here. It's not that hard. I can go to chorus, just tap this in chorus, and the Q-Link tells me where I'm at here. I know this bottom Q-Link here is 3 for the mix. The depth is here. A little more depth's good here too. I can also add from here. I can go to here, bell, here's a chorus. Oh, that's really bad now. But you can tell when it's good or bad. So pull this back down, pull this chorus out. There you go. I'll go back to main. Next, I want to look at something here, which is a piano I have here. And this is a piano group, right? So this is a piano or key program. This is a plugin program. And this is a drum program. So this is a keyboard program. Key group program. So a key group program. So I have some and these are all the keys right here. The first 16 are, this is actually in row E. And so I'll press program edit. Now we have master in the key group. So the master is everything. So I can change the entire key. If I want to tune this entire key group, I would do it here. My polyphony is set to 16. So I can have 16 notes. So many notes all play at the same time, right? So it's 16 notes that can be played at the same time, polyphony. I can tune it in terms of semitones or fine tune in even smaller tuning, just really almost micro tuning really to get where I want to get. I can also transpose. So I can hit a pad. I'm just moving one at a time. You see that? I move 5 semitones there. I come to here. Here's semis. See? Semitones. But this is over the entire keyboard range. So every note is tuning, not one note. And so this is the master. Now this is the key group itself. So the volume of every key, I'm hitting different keys, the volume is not changing. The padding's the same. This is for the entire key group. Here we have the lowest key is here and the highest key is here, G8. This is key select 1. For key group, select 1. There's only one key group so far. These are semi. So here, if I come to here, so see, I'm hitting different keys. It's the same no matter what, because the entire key group is going to be affected by it. Fine tune as well. The difference is this is for the master overall output of this key group. This in terms of just this one key group. So I can have different key groups, but this master remains the same for the key group. I'll just have them here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever that would be. Now the polyphony is going to be right here in master. Key group polyphony here. The mute group. So if I play one key, it rings. See, it rings for a while. But if I play one, then the next one, it cuts it off. That could ring, but it won't ring over the second key I hit. So they're in the same key group or mute group. Here we have here, this is velocity. This is based on velocity, or I could do cycle or ran. Here it's note on. So I have to hit the note and hold it down. If I did this and go to one shot, and so they're playing at the same time. That's just one shot. And this is on note. And the difference you'll notice too is that these samples are short, because there are samples of just about every key, and the whole program's made that way. This is a classic key group I got years ago from AKAI when it was the MPC 2000, and it still works in this one here today. Any MPC I plug this into, it reads it, you can play it, it's really good. Feature we have here is samples, and this is samples inside of this key group program. You'll see, of course, the key group sign is there, and then it's a program which you know from here. Now, what happens here is I can have layers of samples like I did before in the drum program. So I can have a keyboard here, and I would put a sample here, a sample there, and a sample here, the same way we showed you in the drum program. Let's go back to the first sample here, and this first one here is just pedal noise. Right? Just pedal noise there. It's just pedal noise, that's all it is, and pad slice. And then here you see we can actually change the semitone, or we can change fine tuning, or I can reverse the sample too as well. But in this case, it's just pedal noise. So you can see here, it's so minute. There's a start here, and then the end is right next to it. So it's a different situation where it's just a little bit of noise. And then we see the start point and the end point so close together. Look at that. So I come here to the end point. I spin this out. You'll see, there it is. That's the pedal noise. At 2, 3, 6. Then here, pad loop, on a loop, pad loop. It's a long sound. You might hear the whole thing, but it does play for a long time. But they are actually cutting off because it's in the same mute group. Now next, I'm going to come to here, and I'm going to show you also here we have pad noise. See that? You can see it right here, but we also have pan velocity. The same thing. If I had a sound here or here, like I showed you in the drum program, I would have a pan here, and I have a velocity start and a velocity end. So I can choose, let's say, a range or a zone. Let's say between 100 and this 127. If you hit it that hard, then this pan will change based on how hard you hit it. And this is the pan velocity, same as we showed you in the drum program. Now also here, this filter envelope is the same thing. You'll see here we have a low pass 2-pole filter right here. Same cutoff. The same values we have here. We have a filter envelope and an amp envelope here at the bottom. Now the differences you'll see here, for one thing, is we don't see the attack decay. Here you see it as attack, decay, sustain, release. Attack, decay, sustain, release. That's primarily what it is with a piano. You hit it, it'll decay, it'll sustain, then it releases slowly until there's nothing left and it's just empty quietness. Right? And this is for the filter envelope and the amp envelope. Now here's for the modulations, the same as we did in the drum program. We have key group filter, velocity attack, velocity envelope, velocity filter. And the first thing you see is this is keyboard filter right here. This is for the keyboard only. That's a difference. And it works the same way. You apply it to the sound. In this case, I've got a piano here. So most of the time I actually use this is when I have real sounds and they're plugged into here. And I may do that with a bass sometimes. I got Moog basses I've done that sound awesome by making them into a program, and I would use this to actually set them up. But actually, Moog sounds great the way it is. All I would do is add a filter on maybe some keyboard range, and that's it. Next, we have LFO modulation. This is the same thing we did before with the drum program. So the drum program and the key program are similar in that respect. And of course, the same as before, effects. But now here we have send. Send 1, 2, 3, and 4. I have a brand new sequence here. And in this lesson, we want to talk about drum synths. And they've been new since around the version of 2.8. And we're going to show you how that works. And we want to do the drum synth. So I go to plugin right here. There's plugin. And now you see we have plugins. So I can go to here. The first one is like drum synth. And let me type this twice actually. And there you go. And now you can see right here we have a bunch of synths, right? So you can see we have the air collection, which is part of. You come to here, we have the bass, and we have drum synth clap, drum synth crash, hi-hat, kick, drum synth multi. So we have the drum synth multi as well. Then we have drum synth percussion, drum synth ride for the ride cymbal, the snare, the tom, then we go to electric, which is the keyboard, and our standard tube synth. So I'm gonna load in right here. See the check mark right there. I want to load in the drum synth. So I'll press select and it's loaded in. Now once it is, you'll see this. Now we want to look at our program for the drum synth. I'm going to press program edit. And as we do here, you can see here, we have a drum synth and we've got a lot of actual different parameters to deal with. They've got effects over here. We got the transient, distortion, EQ, and here we have more tuning, hold, decay, sweep, just even more stuff. And you can see also we can use our Q-Link. So just tap the Q-Link. We can actually attenuate. We go to here, cool. And here we got the same thing here. We got one here. Let's go here to we have this going on. Oh, I guess we have none here for the effects, but we do have them here of the parameters. Now next, here we have the kick drum. And so you can see right here, once I tap that twice, we have different kicks. As I trigger the sound, for the very first one, we'll have different kicks. Now that I have my drum synth set up, I want to check out the drums. So we have 8 of them, and we're going to select program edit. And here's program edit. The first option is the kick drum. And you'll notice also that here, below this kick drum, you'll see the different actual drums we have. And we'll see a little arrow here going to the right. So if I select this one here, that's the kick drum. That's pad 1. If I'm hitting it a couple times, I keep hitting it again, it shows me that I have a transient and a distortion I can actually apply. And you can see the transient here and the distortion here. So once this is on, I can change the parameters for the transient. I can also change the parameters for distortion. I'll click again. And now we have EQ, high, high mid, and low. Next we have the Q, and then we have the gain. Then here we have a compressor. I'll tap it again, and I'm back at the kick drum right here, which is my first pad. And it says 1 right there. You'll see 3 dots below. So if I hit it 3 times, this time's the drum, this time's the transient and distortion, the next time is EQ and compression. Back to the drum. So pad number 2 is right here, the snare drum. Same thing. Transient distortion, EQ compression, right there. And all 8, you go back to here, which is a hi-hat, which is 3. 4 is an open hi-hat. To close, this is open. 5 is a clap, hand clap. I don't see 6, so I'm gonna press this arrow here. And now we see 6 tom. 7 is percussion. And 8 is a crash cymbal. All right, back over here and get back to 1. You see that? Transient right there. I'll click it again. One more time. Back to drum 1. I can hit the drum. And I also have some presets. Let's come into default. And I will turn this. And these are kits. I'm only hitting the first drum. And you see as I do, you'll see these parameters change for tuning, hold, decay, sweep, noise, click. They're all changing. Also, the effects are changing as well. These are different kits that come with our system. What the hell is this? Okay, Timbas. Backyard Rumble. You got a myriad of kits here. A lot of stuff here we have as kits, and that's just the first drum I'm hitting, the first drum pad, pad 1. And so in this default setup, and in all presets, the pads are the same. Pad 1's the kick, pad 2's the snare, then we have closed hat, open hi-hat, and so on. Now it also comes with our system. Let me go back over here. You'll see here that we have effects, send effects sends, and then here we have mixer. We have a mixer for the effects, where we can have just, here's the kick drum. We can put the transient, the distortion, EQ, or compressor, turn them on right here. This is a better looking overview for effects. And then we have sends, like a mixing board, just a linear view of how it would look on the mixing board, which I like it a lot, but the problem here, there is no actual VU meters. It just says this is the volume here. So if I come to that sound, I turn the audio up, you know, I'm in a Q-Link right here, and I'm just going from left to right in Q-Link and panning. And then here, number 2 gives me the volume. But I don't see any VU meters, which I prefer to see as an engineer, but they'll probably update it one day. This is kind of cool because you can actually come in here and get your levels, hit the pad, see what you like, what you don't like, of course. And then you can always come in here and do this. You can add distortion on the drum, some EQ and compression, and change it around a little bit, which is always good to do. Like a mixing board somewhat. And here's on the snare. And you can hear how the sound comes out. It's pretty good. And then also, we can add the delay to it as well. So let's come to here. I can use my Q-Link, a diffuser. How about some reverb? And you can do it all right here within the system. I can always come to here too and just hit a pad and hear how some of these sounds from the different kits actually sound with effects. Snare, close hi-hat, open hi-hat, clap, tom, percussion click, and a crash. Typical 808 drum sounds. You can have up to 8 instances of an actual synth plugin. But I only have one of these plugins where I have a multi-drum synth. And I would get that sound, right? And now I have velocity setting where I can actually use the velocity to trigger or target a parameter in this case. So in this case, param 1 is here, and you'll notice here that if I tap here, we have 8 different parameters, and you'll tap back here. You'll see here that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we got 4 more, so there are 8. So we're targeting those parameters. So in this case, I'm doing param 1. So I've got param 1 set tuning here, set up where tuning is pretty much high. So if I hit this pad, there are 2 different tunings. So I can, let's hold down repeat. And so as you can see, the harder I hold down this pad, the tuning of that snare drum will change. And that's how this velocity target works. And this is for 2, velocity 2 for the second drum synth. Also works for low as well. So I'm using, here's number 2, and that's for low. So now press down, repeat, and I'll just change my velocity or how hard I hold this pad. And you can hear how that affects the actual sample. So you can use velocity and target with any one of the 8 parameters. A difference between using this multi-drum synth compared to using just one drum synth on particularly just one track, right? So for example, I'll come back to here. Once I'm in this program mode, program edit for the drum synth, I can click here and now I can see the different selected tracks. So I go to here, and then this is just a single instance. And you'll notice here that we have this glide time that we have here for the sample too as well. The same thing here appears. We have the model and the different other models you have here. We have the default. So the default is set up for, I guess, the default drum sounds they have for each one of the separate kits in here. And you can come in here and tap this default as well, and then just hit the drum pad. And you can hear the different sounds of this kick, which is kind of cool actually. And you can actually have it be chromatic, or in this case, just the same sound as there. You can see that. But if I was going to be chromatic, this would be C to C to C, right? So you have like this would be like come to here, I'd be right, and that's without any chromaticism. Actually, it's just going to give you the scale without having the all semitones. Using a drum synth, you can always just tap on a Q link anywhere here. For example, this Q link here, the top one is 80s, and we have also the glide time, and then the one shot, and we have the chromatic. And also controlled by parameters. Just tap your Q link, and you'll see which knob controls which parameter. I'll come down here again also, and you'll see a velocity 2 to target. Right? And that's it right there. And then it also affects the volume. So I come to here, and that's the volume for the sound. So I can play the sound, lower the volume again, or raise the volume from here. If I come to here also, you'll see here, there's no Q link set up whatsoever for this at all. But here, there is the first 4 and then the next 4 parameters. Sometimes you may want to actually change any one of the sounds if you use the drum synth multi. So for example, that's the kick drum, that's the first one. I can always change this by clicking right here, and I can get, you can see I can get snare, back to a kick, hitting the first pad. So the order doesn't make a difference. You can change that. In multi-drum synth, there's no problem. Normally I'll just keep them where they are, and I may actually use 2 808 sometimes. So I may put 808 here, and I may not use that sound and put it separate on a separate actual track. I may keep the snare. I'll take this sound, which is going to be sound number 7. So I go across here. That's sound number 7. And I might make this, let's get back to it here, right, tap right there. And I want to make this a kick too. And I'll change the tuning for one or the other. So I'll have a kick here. I may come over here, change my tuning. Let me go deeper actually. Get a hold, a little more decay. A little more volume to hear it. to have two different kick drums.